Oh, there we go. Okay, we need some junk. I managed to get some time in. I got a lot of trees in and start of some kind of design in the center, but we still have a lot to do. What do I need? Buckets. I want to see if I can max out these guys before I bring some more in. It's going to take a couple of years yet. But you would need about maybe 15, 20 years between each generation. Now, what do I need? Buckets, isn't it? Okay. Now we're out of stone as well. I can get those guys to get me some in a moment. Don't really need it yet, so it's not much of a problem. There. Okay. So some more trees in. I did a little bit more on this. Finished the decorating and I've got this. Now, I'm thinking a large tree in each corner. One of the majestics. You know, especially if we're looking at this. You know, let's say from this kind of view. You'd have one large tree there. Well, basically every corner. That I think we could get away with. Let me see. We'd need to do this at a certain angle. That tree might have to go. Let me see. Let's save this here. There we go. Now I had the settings turned on for hunger and thirst and all of these guys, so I didn't have to deal with them when I was building. Now that we're playing the game, I'm gonna have to put them back to where they were. Let me see. Customize game. Okay, so we'll restore default. Now, first of all, we absolutely need the buildings to be there. Yeah, I need that for carrying stuff. Not so bad with the temperature. We'll turn it off for the... Nah, okay. We need the fast crafting, and we'll do the fast building as well. Now, this is the one that I use for my settlers to rank them up real quick. Well, relatively quickly compared to what they would be ranked up. And then that's it. So, Maximum, yeah, that's okay. That's the usual stuff. So long seasons, we can skip in 3 days. A little bit faster rank up for my settlers. With experience, we can craft and build a little bit quicker, and we can carry whatever we want. That would do. Yeah, that's it. That would do. Now, let's see. The trees here won't work as good unless I get a decent canopy of more trees on the inside. So let me just get something to drink and then we'll see what we can do. So I'm going to have to kind of push the tree thing, you know, whenever I can. Well, that's the only thing different we have on this map is the ability to plant trees and some new trees, so we might as well lean into it, huh? That's the one I want. No, I'm guessing it's those trees there that's holding it. Okay, that's going anyway. A bit too close anyway. Beach are not a good look anyway. We'll get the one on the other side as well, and that should do. Originally I wanted to do something from here, but it was taking me far too close to this. So I went center point with the first wall on these, which is handy, because I've got them on each side. And then just level it up and that's it. They're perfectly level towards the field, so it kind of works. Here, well, I have a few plans for here, but I don't have to rush it so far. These guys here will most likely have to be moved. Road coming around here and coming out from the center. This I still haven't worked out. Probably a double road, or I can't take any of the trees out. So it's going to be hard to find a... Well, that's pretty center, but the other side, we'll see. That was always the downside of putting up the trees, I suppose. This is absolutely out of place anyway. Oh, hopefully it won't smash the hedge, will it? Nah. Okay. Now let's see, can we get these majestics up? There we go. Now they would need to be as close as possible to here. Well, it doesn't really matter, it's what it looks like, isn't it? Here, let's have a look. It's actually when it's grown, we should be able to get this in a little bit more. Yeah, it seems to be a little sideways. But I think here, what you see is what you get, obviously. So, if it looks a little off, that just might be some kind of glitch, I suppose. Yeah, I think it's some kind of glitch. We're not getting it here, but no, if we did, we'd probably push it over too far. It's not centered on this, you know what I mean, here. So this is what it will look like. So you'd imagine the seed would be dead center on that, but it's just probably. Yeah, let's say there's. Oh, let's say. Actually, there is pretty center. That's where I would want it roughly. Yeah, that's okay. That will do. Once it grows, it will. Oh, I'm assuming will be like that. We'll see. It's just the seed where it's placed doesn't seem to be matching where, you know, the visual gave us on the tree, but I'm sure the tree will be exactly where we see it on this. Yeah, let's see where this guy's going. Are you kidding me? Oh, that's a problem. Okay, we might have to come back a bit with these trees. If that's how it's going. Yeah. Okay. Right. Oh, that's the only corner where I have problems with. That's because of these guys here. These trees are quite big. So where are we going? Roughly center and back. Not that much, okay. Okay. Alright, let's do this again. So I'm thinking... there. Yeah, that's it. Roughly about there. Okay. Oh, hi Phoenix. And how are you? What have you been up to? Yeah, I was just organizing these settlers and I managed to get these side things in for a moment. A bit tired. Oh, now how you feel? Now, this one here again, and we'll go with this one. So, I would say it's roughly maybe around there. Oh, that's a little too much. Okay. I'll have to guess these last two, but it's not much, it's just two. Hi, Young. And how are you? I'm starting to close down this area a little bit now. So I came up with this little plan here for the time being. Well, that's roughly about right. Yeah, it's okay to the side. Yeah. I'd say that would do it. Okay, one more. I couldn't use them here. Because, you know, even though the trunk is not taking up much room, it will go by how far the top goes out. So, you know, if you've got a trunk that's even taking up the tiniest spot, let's say the size of the stone, but if the top radius is pretty big, it will take that into account on this as well. So the only thing I could fit in here was these guys. If I'm to put those guys, which I would prefer to do, is I would have to cut these fuels down by at least another 1 block. I might consider it later. I just want to see what the other ones look like. But I would probably cut these back a little bit. Yeah, most likely. But, you know, we'll see how it goes. Doing good, nice. Resident Evil remake today. Oh, cool. So this, basically, wall coming from here, starting from the center, measured out pretty carefully, onto here, hedge, and it's actually a double wall. One each side. I needed it to get this look, and also to keep the line straight on this. You see that kind of look? So I want to get this done pretty nice and looking neat from the map and neat from the air as well. So that should be fun. Okay. Yeah, we're kind of going for rock as well. Right. So okay, one more. That's this going here. We don't have to be mega accurate with these, but just something, you know, reasonable. Oh, sugar, what's this? Ah, I see, we gotta go. Let's see, will we get away with that? Yeah, that's reasonable. I think we can save this little guy. We'll leave him there for a while anyway. But yeah, that's reasonable. Maybe even a bit tighter, but I don't know, that would probably work. So that's roughly the space. We'll just give one little check on these and then we're good. As I said, it doesn't have to be spot on, but yeah, I think that would work. These trees are pretty massive, so yeah, that's okay. Yeah, those little guys, it's these guys out here. But they take a ton of time. I think the same. Yeah, these ones. That's the guy. They should be interesting once they go up. I hope they don't mess about too much with the houses. No, but they're back a good bit. I'd say we'd get away with it. It'll be close. It'll be interesting to see what they look like. Oh, before I forget. There's some plants here. So, I'm not sure what the story is that I need time to grow. But they're all green, which is disappointing. Some say white rose bushes, blah blah blah. So I'm thinking maybe they need time to grow and to blossom. So, where am I going to put this? Where I can see them. Here. Let's just build a few here. Now, what I want to do is, you see the yellow flowering shrub? We'll plant one here. I refuse to believe that they're just going to be green like that because, it's going to be nasty. Oh, that's a wild rose bush and a green shrub. Well, obviously that's going to be green. Berries, green shrub, wild rose bush. I know I've seen another one. Yellow flowering shrub. White flowering shrub. Okay. We'll try that one. I'll tell you what we'll do. We'll make one of each. That way we can't go wrong. So, there's a green shrub. Anyway, it will remind me to use them later. So we have what? We have... Well, we know the berries. Yeah, okay, we'll grow one of the berries. We'll see. Okay. So, we have berries, green shrub, white rose bush. I don't know, then we have white flower. I don't think we've got white rose bush. Yeah, there it is. That's it. Yeah, okay. Just leave them for about a year or so and we'll see if they actually blossom or if they get some colour. Or wild, sorry, wild. I thought it was white. Wild. Yellow flowering shrub, white flowering shrub. Okay. That one would do. Now, we have to go on our little shopping spree. Now I'm starting to get more organised here, so I will need to start doing the production area soon. Just wanted to do some of the touches here before I start spreading out. Let's see where we are. So we've got the corners boxed in, blah blah blah. We can do the center a little later. We're still wondering about the trees in the middle. And now, how do we do this again? This one. Yeah, it's a pity it's so foggy. Yeah, I can't see a thing. But basically, this area here will have to be our next hit. Although, you know, we should really finish here. And I'm still not sure what I can do down here. I'm kind of doubtful about putting the animals here. But can't really touch it until the trees come up so I can have a good look at it. A better area and a flatter area of production would be here probably. But I was hoping to keep that for a flax field. You know? And then maybe move production down here. Maybe the windmill maybe. And a flax field or two. But we'll still need hops. We'll still need a ton of room. Yeah, okay, maybe down here would be the thing then. At least it would open up. Okay. Now, there's not much building I can do in this fog. Let me see where we are. Okay. Yeah, this is an awkward enough little area. I can... Yeah, I see it's starting to come up here. Ideally, you'd want the mill here. The windmill here. Which I still might go with, to be honest. Even though it is a small area. And then we can put some... I think we can manage some fields here. It depends on the roadway. Well, that would leave this area then for production, wouldn't it? Which is reasonably... It's actually pretty decent. You know, this is a pretty decent spot here. It's even a waste to use production here. This is a nice enough area. I was thinking maybe the animals here. This is an ideal spot. But again, if you wanted to do the large flax fields, this would be the way to go. Yeah, the trees are in here. I'm waiting for them to go up. They're going all the way. I think... Yeah, down to there. So it will take a few seasons and then to here. Well, there's another side I have to work on here. There we go. We're down to here on this. Let me see. Where's the one I need to work on?
I just don't like the conversations about the weather, crops.
Yeah, it's actually down here. Move it. Yeah, maybe another 10 or 15 trees just to line them up. Yeah, you see there it is there. On this I'm down to here on each side, so... Oh. Yeah, I put this in here but didn't have the time to do the trees. I suppose now is a good time. Okay, let's see if we can work this one. We need to get these guys down a bit. Here, let me see. Just level it up and then I can't really go any further until I see how much room I need. Don't want to overdo this too much. Yeah, so roughly to about here. The edge of that tree. I can't really see. This is horrible. I can't really have a good look at it here. I think it might be going out too far. Can't do anything. Snow or fog. You can't see the roadway properly. Well, it's nearly time to sleep anyway. Okay, let's sleep till morning. We'll fix that. That shouldn't take long. And I'm not sure if I did the rounds here. Selling off this junk we have. Needs to go a few seasons anyway. Where's the water carrier? What's he doing? Oh, Okay, it's not too bad. That's probably the fastest way to rank up in excavation. It's working on that well. So I've been, obviously, there's all the kids. I've been kind of rotating them through that once to 8, 10. Wrong bridge, okay. Right, let's sleep till morning. We'll get these last few trees in here, and then I'll have to stop the trees for a little bit. And then we really have to concentrate on maybe some of the quests and starting to spread out this settlement. This will all go eventually when I'm more established inside. I'm still wondering about these. Not too bad, we were close enough. I'm waiting for them to finish the crops. They should do by end of season. Like if we wanted to, we could go there now. We'll just wait till morning and see if they're finished. Now, well, at least we can see it a little bit better now. I should have known autumn, is it? That's spring. Yeah, that's spring, isn't it? I think it is. Yeah, I think it's spring. Oh, I'll see you in one moment now. Yeah, spring alright. Now, yeah, get that meat out of the way. I'll give them all the meat for a while. There it is. We'll take the roach. Now. Oh yeah, the last of the trees. I'll get them done now. I think I should have enough seeds left. I spent most of the time actually getting the seeds. Now let's see. Yeah, it's not too bad. If I go even a tad, maybe pull it in a bit. What do you think? No, well, there's one way of sorting this out. See how far it actually goes. I can't. 2. Okay, let's say about 2.5 ish. This looks more like 2, doesn't it? No, it's about 2.5 as well, yeah. It's about roughly the... Doesn't have to be perfect, but... close enough. Okay. And this is just for a guide. Where are we going? Roughly around this bush. I would want to be closing that in a bit, wouldn't I? Well, I don't know. Yeah, okay. It doesn't have to be too... I need it to be, you know, a little bit wider in places too. Gives it a more natural look, I suppose. I think it's roughly around the right size. You see the road is starting to go a little sideways there. Yeah. Roughly. There. That's it. Right, okay. Let's work on this. There's a slight turn here, so we should get away with it, we'll see. These eyes have got to be perfect, because even if they're out the tiniest bit, you can see them from the air. Okay. Now it goes relatively quickly, you know, until you get to the slight turns. That can be a problem. Then we just remove the fence a little later. Doesn't cost any materials if you don't build it, but even if it's not built, it will act as a barrier. Okay, it's taking the turn pretty good. Excuse me. Oh, time of year, isn't it?
Having a kid is not exhausting.
Yeah, I think we'll just about make it. But even the tiniest bit of a turn control this awful lot. I think that just about works. I'd say about another half a dozen would do with it. And we can do something else. But we're kind of snookered in with the trees until we get more of the layout done. It looks pretty decent, actually. That might be a problem. It's let that one in a little too far. Here, there's one way we can sort that out. There. Yeah, it's let in just a tad too much. Yeah, that should rectify the problem. Yeah, roughly. Wow. Okay, I think 2 more should do it. Or maybe 1. No, we'll fit the 2 in. We're probably going down maybe even a good bit more, but for the time being, I think this is far enough. Until we start actually putting some buildings in. Yeah, okay. Now let's see. Careful I don't hit the plants. Yeah, that's actually not bad. Perfectly in line. Maybe curving back in here a small bit, but we'll get back on that in a moment. That's it. We've got everything done down as far as here on both sides. Right. Let's see. Did we do our runs? And we see if we can pick up some quests. We'll check on these guys as well. This I'll get around to a little later. I've got to tighten up the roads and see if I can squish in a house or 2 more. You run this. But for the time being, we've got enough. Now hard these guys just still need a little bit of time. I don't want to give them a hand either. I think there's only 4 of the farmers here. These are pretty decent size fields. And obviously I'm trying to max these guys up so they're not a massive high level. But yeah, I think just what's left here. I think this should be finished, is it? No. Okay. They're still working on it. I think I've got 5. But here, even if I had them up to 10, you need about 6 tens on this, I'd say, to get them done in a season. Because they're tilling, they're fertilizing, and seeding as well. Now, okay, let's save this guy. My god, he's really flying through the buckets. He's just a 6. He's okay for a while. Okay, let's see if there's any more meat we need to pick up, and then we're off. And we've got to keep an eye on our survival guys as well. Let me see. Yeah, they're okay for another season at least. 7s. Okay. There we go. As long as we're about 100, we're okay, yeah? That's okay. Grab the fish. Now, I suppose while I'm here, I'll cut down the fish as well and we'll cook those up. So what are we like with rubbish this time? Well, we've got a lot of this. It's been 3-4 days since I touched this, so there's probably a ton more. We'll be using the wagon to get to every town so we can do it quick. Oh, I need to check on the spears and junk. Let me see. We're good. And I've got a ton of buckets. Yeah, everything is okay. What do I like for bags? Yeah, pretty good for everything. Tools. Yeah. And crossbow. Well, I'd want to be taking that with me, wouldn't I? Selling it, really. Oh, knife, pickaxe. Shovel. Yeah. They look okay. Yeah, it's worth quite a bit, isn't it? Now, I'll get ourselves food in 1 second. Now, first of all, I need to work out how many of these guys are making, and then I'll leave them at least a day's worth, so I need to leave about... well, let's say we leave about 20. Then the miners should be able to keep in with that. So less 20. Oh, sugar. That's a lot of iron bars, isn't it? Okay. I'll tell you, we'll leave them. We'll just do 1,000. That's ridiculous. Yeah, I've been here for a while. The whole, I think maybe a couple of seasons doing what I was doing, so I hadn't really time to collect this junk. I'll be taking a few miners out for clay shortly anyway.
No worries. I'll wait.
Gonna at the stage now where we have plenty of money. Oh yeah, and the stuff that they did. Yeah, okay. They've already done some as well. And that will do it for at least 2 seasons, I'd say.
I'm hammering out a solution to my problem.
Now, a couple of things I need to finish up here and then we're good. Hey. Yeah, these are done with vegetables and stuff so they can go off during the seasons. I want to get them out of the way. There. That's all we need to do. We'll put away the dye. We'll see what we need to put away. Feed this guy. Yeah, more than enough. And then, oh, poison, I forgot about that. Food is starting to go off a bit. Once it gets down to 50%. Right, let's tuck away what we don't need here. Okay. This is most of the stuff we got from last season, isn't it? I could use that other stuff for decorating. You know, that gift stuff. Ah. The stone definitely keep the straw. Right, that's it. We're ready. Now by the time we do our round, and maybe a quest or two, these guys should be finished. We'll get straight to summer. Now, let's have a look. Yeah, I had a slight bug in this. Oh, hang on, what's this? Yeah, where is this one? It said it's here. Well, if it is, I can't find it. Well, there's only 2 of them in here. Well, let's see. Yeah, it said it's damaged. If it is, I can't find it. I might have to get a builder's hut up and get somebody to do it. Yeah, let's repair. It should show up with this. Yeah, there's only 2 of them here. I can see how. Yeah, it's definitely the other one. Oh, it's a food storage. How stupid of me. It's one of the food storages, not the warehouse. Yeah, okay, we'll get that. I think I know which one it is. It's over here. Food storage. Let me see. Okay, it's not that guy. There it is. Okay. Now we're done. Yeah, we're good. Right. Let's go on around. It'll take about another 3, maybe 4 seasons before all the trees are up. The last of them. What do we like for arrows? Yeah, we're okay. We've got 12 of them. We've got enough. Yeah, I suppose we could get another 20. Yeah. Before we go. In case we meet a bear or something.
Will it take long?
Okay, we can get 10 anyway so far. I suppose that will do.
All odor is the best mosquito and human repellent.
Right, now we're definitely ready. Yeah, that will do. Get ourselves armed. There. Now, what time is it? Let's see, can we do all of these? I doubt it. Should be able to get the first 4 done anyway. We can sleep outside, I'd say. But we've got plenty of stuff to sell, so we can't complain. Could do with picking up maybe a few more of those majestic trees. You can only get 1 per season. And sometimes the vendor, I could swear, sometimes the vendor doesn't spawn. But all the other seeds, you know, we're pretty much okay. And ironically, the one I'm using most, there's 2 vendors who sell that. There's about a 50-50 chance each season they'll have the seeds, but they'll only have 1 seed. And I need hundreds. Probably closer to 1,000 to finish this settlement. But it doesn't matter. You can chop trees and get them. But as I said before, the drop rate is pretty abysmal. Okay, we don't want to get into any friction with the wolves, so we just sidestep those guys for a little bit. No, I'm not sure if I've done these guys this season, but we'll see.
Consider upgrading my wagon.
Want to get up all the manure and fertilizer because we're not really set up for that yet, and then you know, we have to spend our money on something. We've got a ton of weapons we need to sell. I think we've got enough in dye and all of that stuff, so I think we're okay there. Are there these guys even around? Should be 3 vendors. Where are they now? Ah, they're all in living in the one house. Of course they are.
How are you? Do you need anything?
Okay, we need obviously his fertilizer. We need his manure. And I suppose we'll go for the onions. And yeah, okay, nice. He's got 1 seed. Now, we need to get rid of this junk here. Well, there's 4 of them here. It's 250, 324, 192. That one. There we go. Very nice. Spear, longbow, shield. Okay, that's everything from there. Now, let's hit him up with some of these. 17. And now we'll get some of these in there. There, that's 1.
See you.
Hello.
Now we'll take your stuff.
My wares?
There we go and get rid of this junk here. Okay, she can't afford that for some reason. What about that one? One. One. Okay, so we just need to get rid of the iron armor.
Oh, see
Right.
you around.
Now there's one more lady.
Ah, you have returned.
No, she's got dyes, but we don't need them for a while. I don't want to get too much of it, so
Prices in the
Uh,
area.
I won't even bother with the berries this time. I think we've got enough. Anyway, I've got my own guys doing that now, so I really need that. No, she's really got nothing I need. Okay. Let's see, will she take the armor? No. Armor is 1545. Okay, I'll tell you what I'll do. We'll buy her green dye. Has she got green dye? She has. There. Now she'll be able to take it. Yeah, okay. That's that's expensive, isn't it? Very, very expensive. There. Okay, we've... Oh, the axe. Oh, I'll be needing those. I'll drop those ones back a little later. Yeah, those ones. And... right.
It
There.
was
I doubt we'll even get the 4 villages done, but we might using the wagon.
Hello.
So by the time we do our little rounds, those crops should be done.
Greetings. Take care.
Okay, where's the other lady? There she is. Amanda, is it? Yeah.
I should probably go to her.
How have you?
There, okay, we've bled those dry. Can we use that? No. That's a pity. No, that's 2. Oh, with a bit of luck we might be able to do these 4
How is
before they
life treating
all
you?
go to bed. And we need to get to that guy there. I'll just get rid of that cigarette for a moment.
How is life? Prices so low, you don't need to haggle. Goodbye. I have a feeling
She's
we're
got a
not-
ton of dye as well, but we don't need it.
How are you? Want to see my wares?
Yeah, we don't need any of that. Not for a while at least, until we start another building spree. There.
See you around.
Right, let's see if we can get this other one.
Hello there.
Norbert.
How can I help you? Wants to see my wares? Yeah, have a good day.
How do you do?
Only the best products here.
Well, we don't really need wool for a while. I think we're pretty good on that.
Goodbye.
Oh, I wonder if we could get at least one more before it gets too dark. Oh, hi Terry. And how have you been? Sorry I missed your message. So, what have you been up to? We're just going on a shopping run here. Getting rid of some of this junk.
How is life treating you?
Eventually needed. Yeah, that's the one we need to go to there. Just two vendors here. We can hit them. Be nice if we could get the main town as well, but I doubt it. We can sleep outside it anyway.
Welcome, another client. Welcome. Farewell.
Hello there. Price is so low, you don't need to hug. Have a good day.
There. I suppose we're better off, yeah, sleeping outside this one. I've been watching... Oh, YouTube, yeah? Cool. So you're on your own, yeah? Home alone. did you set any traps? Yeah, what was that guy, Macaulay Culkin, wasn't it? Yeah, tragic. But a lot of those child movie stars, you know, get into drug problems. But I remember there I think it was about 3-4 years ago, I seen a photo of him, a recent one. My God. It looks like a crackhead that's been on the streets for a long time. Major problems, that kid. Such a pity. That always seems to be the way, doesn't it? You know, getting fame, fortune and money at an early age. You know, you haven't got the wisdom, and even sometimes when you have, to be honest. But, yeah, I feel sorry for him, to be honest. Yeah? Yeah, I'm talking about the guy who did Home Alone. If you've seen him recently. Yeah, he's obviously addicted to something. He's got some major problems. Very gaunt, very disheveled, and you know the teeth, the whole thing. Yeah, it's a big temptation for a kid. No, it's a big temptation for anyone, but especially a kid. There's another one as well, but she managed to break free of it. Was you know that one? What's her name again? She was a child star again. She acted in that horror movie Poltergeist. She acted a lot with Adam Sandler as well. The other one, that remake of Charlie's Angels. What's her name again? 50 First Date. She was in that as well. Well, I forget her name. Yeah, she had some problems, but she managed to, you know, dig her way out. It will either be drugs or alcohol or both. Then River Phoenix. That was horrible. He died outside of a club, I think, somewhere in Florida. Some kind of overdose. And then there's the guy from the... Do you remember that thing that used to be on? I think it might have been the 90s or maybe 20, 30 years ago for kids. Do you remember that Power Rangers thing? They used to sell all the merchandise. But there was a kid in that was doing the Power Rangers, and I was watching a documentary the other day. But obviously, when that ended, you know, let's say he probably fell into hard times. But yeah, he was actually a psychopath. But he teamed up with this lady and someone else, and they were pretending to buy a yacht from someone. So they took it out for a spin. So they unalived the person. No problem. He unalived the person owning that owned the yacht, dumped the body overboard, and how he managed to sell it is he had someone on the inside, you know, selling yachts and that, proper person for that. I don't think I think maybe she thought it might have been stolen or something, but no, he murdered the owner. I think he got him to sign the documents over beforehand. Nice, kind of middle-aged couple. But they eventually caught him. I think he's doing life. Then there's the guy from that cop series, you remember that? Killed his wife. Yeah, it goes on forever. Alright. Let's wait till morning. Hello, Rex. Yeah, it's my doggo. Come on. No, he's too sleepy. Okay. Right, we'll get our little rounds done and those guys should be ready with the crops. And we'll hit the summer. Well, at least there's a hotkey in it. Tom and Jerry. I remember those. I think in the 20s and 30s, you know, when cartoons first started off, they weren't actually for kids. They would have been like kind of short movies in cinemas, I think. I think that's how it worked. Then again, let's say in the 30s, you know, kids weren't watching cartoons.
Hail, friend. Only the best products here.
Yeah, we'll go with the onions because that can be pretty scarce, I suppose. Now, autocorrect. Yeah. I noticed when I switched on my account, I've got a Microsoft email, and it said, "Congratulations, you now have AI something." What a ton of rubbish. Or autopilot or something it's called. Yeah, it's going to be fun. Of course, Microsoft are upping the price of their consoles to a whopping 800. Like, that's kind of an entry-level PC price, isn't it, for a laptop? Of course, they're doing the same spiel. Yeah, there's so much of it. YouTube is literally flooded with AI. A lot of content creators have been complaining because it's absolutely kind of diluted the ecosystem, and it's just here to stay. They better live with it. But yeah, they're doing the old spiel. This is going to be like a computer, like a PC. Exactly the same spiel they said about this current generation rubbish we're dealing with now. It's basically the same as the last. If they've added something new, I can't see it, you know. Now, just like the last time, there's a ton of rumors about how good this thing is going to be. But rumors is all they are. They're saying that, you know, on this you'll be able to play most PC games, and you'll be able to buy from the PC store. So I'm saying to myself, hang on, like, Game Pass is what? It's what, $30 now, isn't it, a month? And their games are ridiculously expensive. Steam and the rest of the guys are really cheap. So if you're making an Xbox console and that you can buy games from Steam on, well, that absolutely doesn't make sense. Nobody then will join your Game Pass, and nobody will buy your games. You'll sell your consoles, all right. But, you know, Microsoft are always saying that they're even doing these consoles at a loss. So, rumor is all it is. That would be a pretty stupid move, you know, even by Microsoft standards, you know. But Game Pass made, I think, last year $5 billion. How much it cost to run that thing, I don't know. But the whole thing about the ultimate tier, let's say, I think what now, in 12 months it's doubled. It used to be like 16 quid here about a year or two ago. Now it's 30 or something. Not that I'd be interested. But the whole thing was this kind of first day access to these new games. And, you know, they gave, what, 80 billion for that company, the Call of Duty thing. And now they're reneging on that. You know, they're not putting that there first day. And they said they lost, the last time they did it, they said they lost 300 million or something. But they want it all. They want all the new customers, they want everything, and they want all the money as well. It will be interesting to see, you know, how profitable that is. You know, how much out of that 5 billion they spent. That's if you can believe them. You know. But apparently Microsoft are putting pressure on Xbox for more money. Unbelievable, isn't it, that a corporation would want more money? But there you go. But it's gonna be hard to get themselves back from this one, I think.
See you soon.
How are you? Whatever you need.
It seems like every 3 months or so there's some kind of fiasco with the Xbox and Microsoft. If it's not rubbish games, it's some kind of price hike, or it's some kind of Twitter tweet or something. It's always something. Oh, okay. Yeah, we'll take the maple seating, why not? There. Right, that's 2. I think there's 2 or 3 more to get. 2 actually. Yeah, they're up here, the kitchen dude. Oh, it's early in the morning. It takes these guys a while to get here, doesn't it?
Feel like whistling, even with a shoe full of
Okay.
slush.
Another here somewhere. He's gonna. Oh yeah, that's the main story. Yeah, what's his problem there? He's. Oh, taxes. Did I pay my taxes? Hang on. Pay taxes. Oh, I almost forgot about that one. Okay, that's the end of the taxes anyway. Okay, I might pick a couple of quests here, guys. We'll try and do at least 2 of these smaller quests per season, I'd say. We'll just wait till these guys come out. Now would be the time before we, go through all the shops in case they want us to get some silly stuff. I should have picked them first, really.
Oh, it's you again. Want to see my wares?
Okay, there's one more vendor. That kitchen lady, and then we're good. There she is.
Hello there. Best goods in the realm.
Oh, we've done it. Oh, okay.
See you around.
It's the innkeeper then.
Hello. Whatever you need, I've got it.
That's it. That's the last one. Good.
Have a good day.
Right. Let's see about these quests. Let's see if we can take both of them. Where were they? Sugar. There's one here. This guy.
Be welcome, stranger.
Can I help you with something? I could use your help. I wanted to renovate my house, but I don't have building hammer on me. Could you bring me one? I can give him mine, I suppose. Sure thing. House renovation. Yeah, we don't exactly need ours, but we probably do, but let me see. Where is it? Let me see. Oh, it's a copper hammer. Okay, well, I have to go back and make one of those. That's not a problem. I'm gonna get a ton of these quests together, I think. Tonight, hopefully you will.
Random isn't such a bad thing after all.
Now, let's see what this guy wants. Maybe get a few of these. Or this lady, I should
It's nice
say.
to meet you.
Can I help you with
I
something?
prefer the old-
I really need a new pair of boots, but have no time to buy them. I heard people from Hornica village sell nice footwear. Okay, listen. Aren't you a reliable person? You get some noble boots for me, please? I'll give you the coins for your trouble. Sure, I'll do it. Now, I wonder... Yeah, we'll probably have to go to that village. Let's see what that one is. Dirty corner. Oh yeah. It's a delivery job. Right, that's the 2 of the guys here, I think. That would do. I'm kind of sorry now I didn't do the other ones, but we'll do them as we go along. Right. I'm gonna see if I can pick up as many quests as possible. We'll see how they go.
How do you do?
Now we need to go there to Denica. And if we see a copper hammer for sale, yeah, we'll buy it just to get it over with. This guy has a quest as well. Or this lady, I
How
should
can
say.
I
Let me
help
see.
you? Best goods in the valley.
Okay, we don't need that junk anyway. Let's see if we can get these out en masse.
Have a nice day. Hello there.
A home
Can I
is
help you
where
with
the
something?
work
I'm not
is.
sure. If I'm buying it just yet. Customer. Okay. Are you thinking about buying something from the village, are you? Okay. Just first arrive, make the best products in this region. Maybe someone could trace and we prove that. Depends. What do you want?
Finally,
Going
the
to
wind
get
is
the
over.
latest work crafted shelters for all their teller. It's the best you've ever seen. Alright, I'll do that. Great, here it is. There it is. So me. Okay. Maybe we shouldn't pick on too many of these for the time being, we'll see.
How is life treating? Want to see my wares?
Some of these other ones can get complicated. Oh yeah, we're looking for a hammer as well, aren't we? Right. We can make one, we'll go back if we have to. There.
Have a good day.
But I want company.
I've heard about a man.
Right, where's that? She should be in here. Okay, maybe it's a bit early in the morning. Where is she? Oh, come on, for goodness sake.
Myself included.
There she is. Is that her there? No, that's the guy we just met. Yeah, there should be a seamstress here. There she is. Is that her?
Only the best products here.
No.
Hello there.
It's the one we got the
Have a
quest
good
from.
day.
Oh, she's the seamstress. Okay. Right. Okay, that's it then, I think. There's one more down here, is there? Yeah, there is. This is just the kitchen guy. I think
How
we
is
did that
life?
one, have we? No, we haven't. We'll get this out of the way.
See you
That's
around.
it. No, there's no more quests to pick up here, is there? No. So, let's check this journal for a moment. This one here. Yeah. And that one is... Oh, it's the same person. It's literally the same person. Look at this. I wonder if that will bug out. Yeah. Okay, where is this person anyway? Well, they're in this direction here, so... Oh, come on. There. Ornica. Okay. We're here, so we need to go to that one.
Hello.
Now we should be able to pick up a copper hammer shortly. If not, we can nip back and make one, I suppose.
Great.
Well, he hasn't got it anyway.
Take care.
Can I help? Welcome. Hope to see
Okay,
you
that's
soon.
2 of them anyway. And anybody else? I think there's at least 2 more, isn't there? Yeah, there they are. They're hiding in that hut. Oh, one guy's got a quest. We might as well take it.
Oh, it's you.
Now, have you got a copper hammer? Yeah.
So long.
Oh, it's you again. Whatever you need, I got it.
Copper hammer. No. Oh, wow. He had one. Well, that's the copper hammer out of the way anyway.
Have a nice day.
Okay, we'll save here on a different save before we pick up this guy's quest.
How are you?
Can I help you with something? I might. You want to mix? Okay. There's a cave nearby. I need someone to go there and get me some iron ore. Yeah, okay. I'll get you iron for you. Iron shortage. We might be able to just give him, buy some iron ore and get out of this. Yeah, 3 iron ore. Yeah. Where's the lady here with the iron ore? She should be in that shed there. There it is. Come here, I want you.
Welcome. Best prices in the area.
Yeah, we should be able to get out of this alright. Quickly, I suppose.
Have a good day.
Oh, there he is there. There, that was quick. Now, let me see. And then they're basically for the same 2 guys, and then that's the guy with the hammer on the way back. We'll hit him. Let's have a look. Yeah, that one was easy. Okay, this is the last. Oh no, there's 2 more villages. 2 villages we have to do. Where is this guy here? Is that the other side down here? Yeah, we've already done those guys, haven't we?
You may look like an idiot, and how can I help you?
Where is it? 1. There it is. Yeah, we'll get a good few of them done. Well, we need a ton of reputation eventually when we bring in a ton of settlers. But I don't think that goes over to the kids, does it? Yeah. Yeah, if probably not. We'll need water shortly. I suppose we can get it here. I better not sell all the food either. Okay.
I consider
Yeah. I think I better. Oh, I'll keep at least maybe 8, 10 food. Are we good? Then we get back and we do a little something on the settlement. Here we go. We'll be able to get that majestic tree here. Now all the other ones have really got enough of this junk for a while. Might eventually buy some for ornamental purposes, we'll see. But for now I just need that, and I don't even know what I'm doing with those. Okay.
See you soon.
There should be 3 vendors here. Oh, there's the guy I want to see.
I had a
Now,
dream in which
come here.
we all had
How are you? Best prices in the area.
we were talking gibberish.
Oh, there's a quest here as well. We'll have a... Those 2 guys are... No, nearly the same name. Almost the same name. Close. Okay, this is the last vendor anyway.
Can I help? Only goods of the highest quality. Oh, take care.
Right, I think I'll save it here before we take on this quest.
I wonder if it's
There he is there.
possible to visit all the new. Be welcomed, stranger.
Can I help you with something? I'm really hungry. Could you bring me some ingredients? Oh, we might be able to buy these here. Nice food, I will be really grateful. Sure, I can do that. So what does he want? What does he want? Fish meat. I actually have the fish meat. Don't I? It said 0. What kind of fish meat are we talking about? Oh, sugar. Yeah. I cooked it already. This guy will have fish meat down here. You better have. Yeah, I had a ton of it. I cooked it. Oh, I'd have the fish, but that's not good enough. I'll be coming back
How
here
are you?
again.
Best prices in the area.
Ah, there it is. We need 14. Now.
Farewell.
Right, let's go back and give this guy his fish meat. That was easy enough. Now we've got one more village. Let's see, is there anything else here? Oh, we pretty much cleared up the quest there. We should be able to do the other 2 from here and maybe pick up another 1 or 2. Huh. Yeah. Okay. Okay, that's... that stupid thing again. Yeah, that's where the 2 of them go. Right. And then from there we'll head straight back to Gostovia, deliver that hammer, and we're done. We've done what? About 5 or 6 quests as well. That's what we should be doing now that we have the cash and all of that stuff.
How are you?
Pick up every quest as well on the way. Okay. I'll just quickly get something to drink, guys. I also had coffee. Oh, coffee can do that, all right. Don't drink it myself, actually, or tea. Could never develop a taste for it, really. Now, we'll hit up all the vendors as well, obviously.
How are you? Only the best products here. See you around.
Well, that's the kitchen guy. Eventually we'll be needing a ton of NPCs again, but not for a while. Oh, it's true. There's a ton of them in here.
How is life? Only the best products here. Have a good day.
Oh, that's it. I'm not sure. It's been YouTube, but I think it's about time you buried a hatchet. You wanted me to show you the things she crafted. Okay. Well, maybe you're right. Rivalry, I'm enough. Okay, listen. You know what? Take this thing and give it to her. Say it's the peace offering. Yeah, okay. That's those two. Oh yeah, I want to buy her junk as well.
Oh, it's you.
Yeah, she's only got that junk that's... We're not really ready for more of that yet. There.
Take care. Someone.
Okay, this guy.
What can I do? Trade is in my nature. Oh, goodbye, dear.
I think that's all of them, isn't it? Let's see where we are with the quests. Oh no, there's two more guys here. These two guys.
How do you do? Whatever you need, I've got it. See you around.
How is life? Whatever you need, I've got it.
Oh yeah, I forgot. I've got a ton of this junk. Is that it? Yeah, forgot about this. Oh, I better not sell anything. I picked up some stuff to deliver them, and you can actually sell it. Okay, we'll keep away from that for a moment. Yeah. Okay. We can sell them later anyway, it's not a biggie.
Treat it. Good luck.
Let's see, did I... Okay. And these are the ones we have left. Well, yeah, we have the copper hammer for that guy. Talk to Roberta. So me deliver to her noble shoes and warm shawl. Almost sold them. Yeah. Almost sold them. Those two guys are in the same place, I think. I think all three of them are there. Let me see. Let's check that one anyway. We're pretty much done here. Where is that quest? I think it's all back here, isn't it? It is. Okay, we'll go back to Gostovia. I think all... No, I think one is in another spot. Let me see. Well, the two are in Gostovia anyway. Where's that other one? Yeah, that one. I think that was in the one we just came from, wasn't it? Yeah, it's actually in Denica. Okay, we'll go to Denica, we'll finish it there. Well, actually, Denica is closer to home. Yeah, we'll go to Gostovia, Denica, and then from there we'll go home. We'll ride back from Denica. It's only about 20 seconds. And I see is there any junk lying around. Gostovia. Now, give that guy his hammer.
Your mom is so fat that Wizen's thinks she's one of them.
No. Right, where is this lady? Oh, there's another quest here. Oh, I don't know what I want to take. Is it the same? Yeah, what's... Oh, I didn't see that. We'll get it some other time. Yeah, we'll get it some other time. This lady here. Here, boots, you wanted? No problem. There, now. Gostovia connection. You can actually... I think you can actually sell the quest items. Oh, hi, Randy. Pretty good, yeah. Oh, nice. Keeping busy is good as well. To function. Yeah, wrecked when you get home and just fall into bed. Been there. Been there. Just finishing off some of the quests here. These ones, yeah, I'm in a position now where I've got tons of money. We can use the card and buy what we need. We've got X amount of settlers. We'll probably need another few a little later. Yeah, that will happen. Sign of getting older, Randy. But yeah. Oh, the usual with me. I was just catching up on some of the latest news, let's say, from Microsoft and the little thing they've been involved in. It's everywhere. They've been jacking up the prices of Game Pass by a whopping 50%. And I think they did it last year as well, didn't they? 50%, and the consoles are going... Well, they're going up to $800 now. That's ridiculous. That's kind of, laptop territory, isn't it? But you remember... Yeah. They are. But I've been talking about this for years. Everyone was saying, Game Pass is a good deal and it's reasonable. And I said, yeah, it will be for a while. I said once they get enough people over and buy up enough game companies, where they're controlling most of the market, they will absolutely jack everything up. But, it wasn't much of an insight, really. They're a corporation. if they'll get greedy, if they think they're controlling enough of the market. Yeah. That's what they'll do. I think they've done themselves damage this time, to be honest. I've heard Target and Walmart are not going to bother selling their consoles anymore. This is a rumour, but one guy was supposed to say, well, he said, we've got tons of them, he said, we can't sell. And now he said they've jacked up the price to 800 and Game Pass as well. But I have seen videos of, you know, where they used to display them. They've got other stuff, and on the place where the Xbox games are, they actually have got them filled with movie DVDs, you know, for a couple of bucks. Yeah, for some people, if you play a lot of games, it was a reasonable deal. Yeah, but what does it work out now if you want to get access to the proper games? $360. Yeah, it's $360 a year. Plus whatever little microtransactions they might throw at you, and the reward system, that's gone down by half, and they're not giving, as a Game Pass subscriber, they're not giving that 20% off anymore on the DLCs. Madness. Yeah, like most people, Randy, would only buy a couple of new releases a year, you know. So what's that, about 140, you know? So, you know, 2 months of Game Pass and you get whatever game you need. And they'll only be on, let's say, if they turn out to be a really good game that you want to play for a while, you know, you'll have to buy it anyway, even if you get it at a reduced price. I don't see any financial gain in that, to be honest. It is. Well, everybody, and I think most people are right. They give 80 billion for that. What is it? That games company, and Microsoft are now putting pressure on Xbox. You know, but this is Microsoft all the time. They're obsessed with getting money. You know, immediately. They did exactly the same with Mixer. They bought Mixer. Instead of plowing some money into fixing up the platform and maybe helping the streamers that were there, they left it for a while. It didn't grow the way they wanted to. Microsoft are very, very arrogant when they buy something, because they think, you know, if they throw enough money at it, it's going to be number one overnight, you know, a massive success. Well, money can't buy you love, I'm afraid. They should have listened to that Beatles song. But what they did was they hired a lot of, they did deals with a lot of Twitch streamers, Shroud, Ninja, all those guys. Reportedly, they spent about $500 million on bonuses, signing those guys over, and that was an utter failure. Sure, there was a good few, you know, people when they were streaming. They only did the minimum time as well, I might add. And then, let's say, when the streamers were gone, the crowd was gone. And they wouldn't really stay around to buy, or, you know, it didn't really improve anything. The only guys that stayed that time, let's say, you know, after the streamers were gone from Twitch, would have been the trolls. They stayed on. Yeah, that thing as well. But think about how damaging that is. Well, Game Pass in itself is, I've said it from the start, is very damaging. You know, if you're a developer, you release a game and it goes to Xbox, especially in indie, you're not getting full price for that. It's going on Game Pass, so you're probably getting pennies from Game Pass. It's good exposure, but you know, the money wouldn't be great. There's that part of it as well, and then it devalues games too much, to be honest. And then we all know the problems with something like that. If there's a ton of money in that, you maybe get Sony, you get Microsoft, and maybe somebody else comes along. Before you know, they've bought up all the companies. They're probably controlling maybe 70-80% of any games getting made. And then they'd really jack up the price. Now, even if you went with that, as crazy as it sounds, what they would do then is, even if everyone went along with that, the only games these guys will be making will be online multiplayer. You know, those online games with season passes, and the only thing they'd ever make would be Minecraft, Call of Duty, and all of the big ones. Any kind of creativity or anything new or innovative would be stifled. Bang. That was the end of it. Pretty much. What Game Pass is doing to games is what Spotify did to music, you know? Yeah, that's what would happen. Even if everyone went around, let's say if they controlled every single game, we paid them whatever money they wanted, they would give us slop and they would give us nothing on the online multiplayers. Where we'd buy the game, we'd buy the DLCs, we'd buy all of the slop, the season passes. End of story. But you're talking about a company where even if today, let's say even if they said they wanted $1,000 for every game, that they still wouldn't be happy. They get $1,000 for that game, let's say. Let's say everybody agreed to that. They'd be celebrating, they'd be getting their bonuses, but then the next quarter will come around where they need to make more than they did the last year. So they'd just keep upping the price. There's no amount of money would suit these guys. Are pulling the music from Spotify. They're just getting pennies on it, much like the developers are doing. Yeah. You know, let's say you want to, well, if you can get Neil Young's songs on Spotify as part of your pretty low subscription, you're not going to go out and buy any of his albums, are you? So if you're not going to buy his albums, he doesn't get any royalties from that, and I think he only gets pennies from Spotify. Yeah, that's the way it works. But anyway, it doesn't really make a difference. It's the way it's going to be. We'll be getting all AI after a while. It's only a matter of time before they'll get rid of all the actors and they'll be making movies in AI. Imagine the money they'd save. You know, no more divas, none of that stuff. No more 200 or 300 million to an actor to do this and high pay. Just AI. Well, they're pushing that way for the voice acting already in games. But that's only minor compared to the other stuff. Oh, absolutely. Yeah, but not everyone would. You might be a 1 in 10, you know. It is. But, you know, think about it. If there's a way to save money and tons of money, no matter who it hurts, corporations are going to use that. You know, it's not like they're going to say, well, we can't use AI because, you know, X amount of people will lose their job or their income. They don't care. Yeah, they'll go with that. Or let's say it will ruin this industry or that industry or whatever. No. How much money do we make more? You know, and can we make more in the next quarter so we can get more of a bonus? That kind of stuff. But this is what I'm saying, and Microsoft, that's just the tip of the iceberg of what Microsoft would do if they could get away with it. To be honest, you know, consoles have been holding back a lot, the likes of Sony and the likes of Microsoft. It's a kind of a two-horse race with those guys. But by now there should have been a kind of a mid-range thing. Let's say it's not quite a PC, but not a console either, where, let's say, you know, it would have been reasonably priced about, let's say, let's say even $1,000, you know, where you could buy your games where you wanted to, and, you know, even if you went to the Steam store, even if you're kind of hybrid or whatever you want to call it, would, you know, only maybe play about half of the games or whatever. There'd be a little section for that. I'm surprised that somebody didn't fill that gap, you know, the gap between console and PC, with something like a kind of mid-range thing, but with the ease of console, you know, where you don't have to tweak with any settings or stuff like that. They did, and failed miserably. Uh, Microsoft now are pushing the cloud gaming thing. For them, this would be brilliant because, you know, I'm thinking that, you know, maybe they want to stop doing the hardware. Microsoft have always been software, you know, and then you get the Sony ponies, the fanboys that say, you know, from Xbox and from Sony, oh, our console is better than yours, your console is dead, all of this childish behaviour, the schoolyard stuff. You know, imagine going to bat for a corporation that's literally robbing you. But the new upgrades for Sony, PlayStation 6 or whatever it is, and the new Xbox, they'll all be done by the same company. Well, whatever about Sony. Sony actually build physical things, but they wouldn't have the tech for doing that. It will be AMD that will be doing the consoles for Sony and doing the consoles as well for Microsoft. So they'll basically be the same with some minor alterations, you know. Nvidia wouldn't touch that. They're number one. They're a monster of a company. AMD would be number two. But it's easy to be number two when there's only two horses in the race, you know. The same problem with chip manufacturing. Just two main producers. Same with consoles, just two guys. Steam is more competitive, but that's because, you know, Steam is, you know, for the best part, I think, privately owned. Oh yeah, you get a free Fortnite subscription if you pay that massive amount for Game Pass. So you get a free subscription for a game that's pay to win. Yeah. Hewlett Packard computer. Yeah. I was checking out Nvidia. I remember when they went public in '99. I said that would be a good investment, but I don't invest in anything like that, so obviously I didn't. But I checked up the latest prices on Nvidia. But I think when it went public in '99, it was $12 a share, and now I think it's $189 or $289. I think. Yeah. But you know, it would have been a pretty long-term investment. It would have been what, 20 odd years, 25 years, you know. But yeah, I knew they were going to go far, but yeah, you never know. Now, okay, let's do this. No, there's one thing I wouldn't do, is that kind of stock market thing. Oh, hi, Gazoo. And how have you been? Yeah, if you had a time machine. But if you had a time machine, you know, you wouldn't have to do something that long term. You know, you just do the lotto thing. You know, the one for 200 or 300 mil. Just get the numbers on it and walk in and get it for a couple of bucks. Yeah. It would be less obvious than that kind of investment, I suppose. It was the same basically with Bitcoin. I remember when Bitcoin was a kind of novelty kind of thing, and I think the people that did take it, I think it was like 1,000 Bitcoins for a pizza or something. And I remember my kid was online, he was playing games, and there was another guy, and I think he wanted to buy a game from, but he said, oh yeah, I'll give you 200 or 300 Bitcoin, and you know, it was worth nothing at the time. But my kid said, no, what do I want Bitcoin for? But I think we worked it out now. That Bitcoin would have been worth maybe 20 mil. But it was greed that took it there. It's still really worthless. You know, something is only as valuable as what people are willing to give for it. But really, what is Bitcoin? You know, it's nothing. You know, you could say the same in a currency, really. But when you're talking about a currency from a country, you've got a guarantee from the country. And there's certain things that would hold them in check. You know, they don't want to default and stuff like that. Well, in the past it was done with precious metals, gold, silver, whatever the case may be, in coins. That was a little bit too iffy, so they changed to the likes of paper and other stuff. But the premise was that they would hold that in storage for you, you know. But Bitcoin, there's nothing backing it up, you know. That's kind of dodgy. Like, let's say if you have $1,000, right? That's $1,000. So, you know, the American government kind of, you know, guarantees that. Now, the only way you'd lose that money is if the government defaults and goes bankrupt, and they do a lot to avoid that. So you've got that kind of guarantee. Whereas nobody is kind of held responsible for Bitcoin. When they just decided to print the Deutschmarks, and then they had to switch to Euro. They would have had their own factories, yeah, up and going there. Italy did, yeah. Well, the way the situation would work, let's say, the more money you print, the more you devalue, you know. But I think the rules now will be different. I never really looked into that one. But as you said, Germany, I remember in history the hyperinflation there after the First World War. It was massive hyperinflation. The inflation was so bad, there was a guy, and he was writing about it. He was from the time. And he said he was waiting for a cup of coffee in a coffee shop. And he was in a queue. There was like 4 or 5 people in front of him. And he said by the time he got to the counter to order his coffee, the coffee had doubled in price. You know, they couldn't print the money fast enough. They used to rubber stamp it. And I heard that you're going to have to go around with a wheelbarrow. But I remember reading somewhere, was it in the history in that? It was during the Great Depression. I don't know how true this is, but it's in my memory. It probably is true. But during the Great Depression in the US, didn't they put tons of cash in the White House lawn and burn it in protest? Yeah, I think I remember reading about it somewhere. Maybe I'm mistaken. Yeah, but that can happen to any country in a default. You see, it's all about trust with investors. When investors pull it out, then, you know, then you're in trouble. And then it's like a vicious circle, you know. Lots of things break down and things get worse because of that, and it's a chain reaction. Greece defaulted, I think, as well. But the European Union helped them out with that one. What they were doing is they were massively overspending. Plus, I seen in the news that there was a massive criminal ring. And let's say they were caught. But basically what they were doing, it was some Chinese guys and some Greek guys, and they had connections in custom and stuff, and what they were doing was, you know, they'd bring in stuff to sell, obviously, and they weren't declaring it properly. So let's say they were bringing in 1,000 e-bikes, and they would say they're bringing in like 100, or they were bringing in really expensive stuff and saying they were just, you know, bric-a-brac and toys and stuff. And then they had, you know, some of the customs, obviously, you know, they were in on the act, and a few other officials, but they busted that ring. I think it cost the European Union about 900 million, I think. Yeah. But there's a lot of people going to jail for a really long time because of that one. But that's more of a different story, really. And VAT evasion as well. There's a ton of that going on. Now, what are we doing here? Oh yeah, we're delivering this, isn't it? And that's our quest done, I think, guys. Hmm.
Is this new village yours?
Or one for the road, yeah. Those e-bike things are getting very popular, especially in the UK. I was watching a program where, you know, there's teenagers buying up these e-bikes and they're, you know, scooting around London, and what they're doing is they're looking for people on their phone, and as they're going back they just snatch a phone and go with it. But I've never actually seen that myself, but I heard it's pretty widespread. Oh, hang on, we're going to Denica. Oh, hang on, we'll see what his quest is about. Why not? We might have time to do his quest. Yeah. In my day, that used to be BMX bikes and handbags. Yeah, BMX bikes and handbags. Now it's e-scooters and mobile phones. Hi, my name is Ransomere. What can I do for you? Hi, I'm Alvin. I don't recognize you. You're new here. I came from the south. I'm looking for a new place for myself where I can start a new life. Good luck then. I'm from a farmer, cultivate the fields, blah blah blah. Boring, boring, boring. Die of monotony. Of course it bores me. How can you say anything? I'm sorry. I don't need to apologize. You should be the matter won't let me fall. Okay. Could be some aid. I'm petty about my mother's conflict with son. Okay, this looks like a complicated little quest. I understand it's just the same for him. Blah blah blah. Pretend to be a knight equipped with a stick. Blah blah blah. Okay. Let's go up to clear your mind again. Okay, anyway, don't turn it. Okay. Let's see what I can do. Let's see what this one is. Oh, Alduin Story 1. This is actually a main quest, guys. Really? Yeah, that's always been pretty common. Yeah. Oh, yeah, yeah. But I remember back in the 80s, in London in particular, they would be on these BMXs and other stuff, and they would have, well, in the US they call them a box cutter. We call them a carpet knife here. And they were really quick, you know. They knew about that, let's say, grabbing the bag. There's a good chance you'll pull the person, lose the bag as well, and then if you're caught, you're done for assault as well. So what they would try to do as they're quickly going past, they would slice the strap, you know what I mean, really quickly. They'd just kind of pull up beside you really quickly, pull out the knife, slice the strap and take the bag. Now, there's a good chance as well of slashing someone's arm on that one. Yeah. Yeah. Well, on tourist destinations it can be common. But I remember we were in Germany. And it was a nice summer's day. And it was Berlin. So we were... we went to a restaurant, and all that stuff. And we were walking down the street and it was right... Yeah. Yeah. That could be dangerous enough too. And it was outside of the bombed out cathedral in Berlin. They just, left it as a kind of memorial and didn't fix it up much, and it's, that kind of thing. But there was these three guys, and they were like street performers, and they were from the US. I recognized the accent. There was two Caucasians and one African American guy. The African American guy was doing the talking. He was the kind of talking guy, but he was juggling and doing all of that stuff. But I noticed his two friends were kind of moving through the crowd slowly. So I said to the guys, if you've got wallets, hang on to them. They were doing some pickpocketing. And the reason I know that is, well, we suspected, but one guy, I think, dipped a little bit too much and somebody realised they were being pickpocketed. And then they just scooted and that was it. The police, it took them too long to get there and these guys just disappeared. But it was just a kind of distraction thing, well, you know. Yeah, not all. Some are pretty decent, you know. But any tourist spot, and that was a tourist spot, you know, can be a problem. The subways, or the tube stations, they call them in the UK, that's rife with pickpocketing, especially in London. See, London is still, you know, a very international spot business, stuff like that, you know. And what they tend to do in the UK is they'll have teenagers doing this. You know, they're under the age of 18, so if they get caught, you know, it's just a slap on the wrist. You know, that kind of stuff. But obviously there'll be somebody behind that. Yeah, lots of that. Owen's story. Okay, we'll do that one. Actually, he's not far away, that's cool. Yeah, I didn't know that he had a story. But yeah. Well, this one was very, very suspicious. You know, we were there for quite some time before the show started, and these guys were chatting, and they seemed to be friends, you know. But if I was a betting guy, I would say it was a gang, you know. The guy with the personality and, you know, would be a distraction, you know. Yeah. Now, yeah, I would have given it the benefit of the doubt, but we were there for quite some time in a restaurant, and it was a kind of like a little table outside, and you know, that kind of stuff where you could have a drink, and these trees seem to be around a while. It's not like, you know, what's the chances anyway of two professional pickpockets, you know, showing up at something at that time? Oh, hi, Wolf, and how are you? Oh, everything. How have you been? Yeah. No, I wouldn't like to blame him in the wrong, but that's the way it looked to us, immaterial of where he was from. You know, in Europe there's even much more of that. You know, especially in the UK and Spain. You know, but that's what it seemed like. But these guys were definitely talking beforehand, so the chances of one guy doing a lone performance, speaking with these two guys he just met, and then start that performance, and those two guys who seem to be professionals, except that one slip they made, and then, you know, going through the crowd doing pickpocketed, very, very remote. Pickpockets, yeah. That was a long time ago. That was a long time ago. It's rife in tube stations in London and that. But I remember, I used to pal with a guy back in the 80s. You know, we'd meet after work and, you know, do the clubs and whatever. Nice bloke. But, well, we were only kids at the time. But he used to hold his cash in his underpants because of pickpockets. And I think one day we went into a garage and he was paying for something. And he kind of forgot himself. And when he was paying, the cashier, he put his hand down his pants and gave the money out. And the guy just looked at him like that, and I said, "It's okay." I said, "I get it." There's no way I was. That goes to show you too. Money, ugh, nasty. Yeah, it's a possibility, all right. Yeah. Pickpockets, yeah. Sure, there's muggings and break-ins. Yeah, I prefer to be pickpocketed than mugged, to be honest. There's a massive amount of violence for that. A pickpocket compared to that would be more of a petty crime. You know, if you catch them, they just run. They're not out to do any harm, but to try to violence, I think it's much worse. Well, there's more of a risk of being harmed, you know. Hmm. But I'm sure if we had a gun law where everyone could carry, muggings would be a lot more. No, no. Yeah, it's more the home invasion kind of mugging kind of thing. Yeah. Very rare here, the muggings, to be honest. It's strange too, isn't it? I suppose, yeah, you know. Oh, you'll get the odd one, I suppose. But it's more the kind of pickpocket stuff. Hmm. But I've never heard of it here, but obviously it might go on from time to time. But it's pretty safe here. It's just the tourist spots and no really major cities, you know, where this would be a problem. But to be honest, guys, I think no matter where you go, any country where you go to a major city, you're gonna have that kind of crime, I think, you know. Really? Hmm. Gotta go the crazy. Risky, in a sense. It depends on how desperate that person was. You know? How many times have we heard of, let's say, you know, stuff going wrong like that? No, never heard of a mugging here. It was. I suppose it was. So, how's the weekend going, Wolf? Are you on a break or are you still working? Same here. I literally leave my door open every night, never lock it. Yeah. Yeah, no guns here, but crime is almost non-existent. You'll get some kids, you know, maybe now and again doing silly stuff, but, you know, yeah, it's pretty okay. Don't know what it's like over the rest of the country, but yeah, I think it's pretty okay. We're not too bad here so far. Oh, nice. Niece's wedding. Oh, that's cool. And congratulations to your niece and family. Nice. Nice. I prefer the small gatherings, you know. Alright, let's deliver this stuff. Ah, that's good. Now we gotta deliver something to this guy. Okay, where is this? 4 meter. Oh, there. Oh, is it a he or a she? He. Alright, you're very strong for your age and you're becoming a knight. Yes. Now, okay, well, earning, blah blah blah, fight a wooden sword. My dream, are you a knight? I just happens to, okay, blah blah blah, where could I get sword, not a knight. I may look, blah blah blah. There it is. It's a bit like a regular stick. Blah 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 blah. There it is. Talk to him. Okay, we'll stick with this for a minute till it gets dark and then we'll head back. Looney Toony bars, yeah? Like Amazon. A medieval Amazon. Looney Toon. 1, 2. Are you talking about some kind of happy hour thing, is it? Yeah? I've never heard of a Looney Toony bar. Oh, money names. Oh, I see. Yeah, we'll get as much of this as we can done before dark. And then we'll head back. I need to do some work on that settlement. It's the guy, yeah. I've solved your problem with Dale Bar. or Delbar, whatever his name. Yes, I saw him running around the village with a stick. I think it's persuasion and one to listen to anyone. Let me adhere to stick in the story about a night. By the way, I got this bread, blah blah blah, an apology. Thank you, take it. Thank you. No problem. Almost, blah blah blah. Blah blah blah. Okay. Okay. God. There it is. Okay. Wait until next summer. Cool. It usually goes in 3 or 4 stages, those ones, but I think we're good. I think it's time we made our way back. Oh, hang on. We got that one last delivery. The one burner has a loon burner on it. A loon. Open bar at a wedding. And here I am. Happened. Had it drink in a decade. Oh, I'm not drinking. Nice. Oh, so you're actually at the wedding now? Oh, cool. You're probably typing on your phone, is it? There it is. Yeah, just got to deliver those and then we're good. And that one is in Dynasty, isn't it? It is. We'll go there and then we can go from there, and that's the last quest for this season. Took a break from the dance floor. Oh, nice.
Oh, it's you again.
Dynasty. Goodness, I haven't been to a wedding in a long time. When's the last time? Yeah, I think it was my second cousin. Much, much younger than me. Just a kid. And that was, my God. That was about 5 years ago, maybe more. Yeah, that's something, let's say, you don't see a lot of now. Well, not as much as I used to, weddings. Now that I come to think of it, actually. I hate to show all the kids up with dance moves, yeah? I did a Twitch stream of my cousin's wedding, it was amazing. We all had a blast online. Nice!
Travelers sometimes get on my nerves.
Okay. There she is. Okay, well, clearly it's gonna... Alright, I will make amends for her. It's been a pleasure. That's it. Done. Da 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 da. Right. Now, we need to get home. I think we can ride from here. It's not too far away. I've actually done a bit down here, but mostly held up because of the seeds.
Move on.
Yeah, it's been ages since I went to any kind of function like that.
Viol.
What is that? Is that those dingo guys? It is. Lynx. Alright, let's make it home anyway.
Onward.
There we go. Okay, what's here? We got some junk, guys. We might as well take it. Yep. Now we should be able to get straight to the next season, to summer. These guys should be ready with the crops by now.
Onward.
You tried, yeah? All a man can do is try. Well, I've got most of the plants in place. Just a matter of letting them grow. Yeah, I started to do a little bit more decorating on this. I've got one of the large trees on every corner. Although it will take maybe another 5 to 7 seasons to grow them properly, but we'll eventually get them. The fire marshal came and told me I needed to settle down. You're getting... Oh! You were on fire, yeah? Yeah, okay, I think all of the crops are done. But in the summer then I'll have to clear this flax and then we're good. Can switch them to the barn a little later. There we go. Yeah, they're all ready. Oh, hang on. Yeah, they're all ready.
I could really do with a drink.
Oh, sugar, this guy's dying of thirst. Let's get some water for this guy. Ah, this well is just here temporary. Yeah, the trees are starting to come along. Can't really envision what I need to do without the trees being up. I'll get it eventually. Let's drink some water. Excuse me. Now we'll just get this meat. There's still a lot to do on this. Especially the small stuff. Once the trees come up I can have a better look at it. Oh! Oh, 91. Something to do, Randy. Why not? Yeah, okay, we'll take the roach. We'll dump the meat. We'll keep it around 100, I'd say. 42, so 58. There. Perfect. Now, we just need a little bit of food ourselves, and then we're going straight to the next season. We can have a look and see what we... Oh, we still got a show. That food. There. Perfect. Yeah, the stuff I want to do here. The plants are all green, and I said they're flowering shrubs, so I'm thinking they might be seasonal. So what I've done is I've built 4, and I'll watch them throughout the seasons and see. There they are there. Now, yeah, we'll see if they do even get a bit of colour. I know this one will. That's berries. Well, not exactly, but it'll be good for berries. But we'll see. No, I suppose there's places it would be. Alright. Yeah. But you'd want to really look. But no, not really a thing. Now, let's go to... Oh yeah, how is the lady doing? Oh, mood, affection. She's okay for a little bit. Yeah, she's okay for a little bit.
See you soon.
Let's see if we got any... Yeah, we'll give her a present later. She's kind of okay. There. Right, that's the end of the season. Let's go. Just for that reason, yeah. Country and Western used to be in the 70s thing, but not anymore. Yeah. And the line dancing thing. No. No, no. Okay. That's it. Now. Oh, I see we got a challenge as well, guys. Hang on. How did I fail that? Whoa, for 1 second. How could I fail his story? Ah, I see. I've got to do it in the same season, guys. Okay. I thought that was something. Okay, it had an expiry. Okay, I saved it. Okay, looks like we're stuck in the season for a tiny bit. It actually had an expiry. Well, we've got a long season. Shouldn't be any more than a couple of quests in it. Okay. Let's go with it then. Yeah, usually... Yeah, it said wait till tomorrow, didn't it? Or did it wait? Yeah. Yeah, I should have checked it to see if it had an well, I thought it was only one, to be honest. We'll see. Can't go failing quests, can we? But it's not even just country music. But there's line dances we were forced to do. Forced to do line dancing. Oh my god. Cruel and unusual punishment, Randy. No. Just when I saved. I always save before I go to another season. Let's see this journal. Ordered by... It doesn't say the expiry. Yeah, look. Wait for the next summer. I just did, guys. And it said, Oh, you're joking me. Tell me I didn't lose a lot of time because of this. Yeah, no, it's literally telling me wait for next summer. That's a bug. Yeah. Yeah, it said wait for next summer. Let's do it again. This is Alwyn's story. And what's this? That doesn't expire for 10. But it doesn't say anything about expiring. It just says wait for next summer. Okay, let's try it again.
Greetings, my love. Have a good day.
Not you. You're joking me. It's gonna do this to me, is it? Ah, come on. I knew it was a mistake taking that quest. Now watch this. Failed again. It is. Duh. That one should be taken in the summer. Ah, sugar. I wonder if I can get back before that. That's, let me see. God, that's a serious problem for me now. Good night, Terry. Have a good one. I don't have a lot of saves to work with. Ah, that could be really, really bad. Okay. This is the save here, and it's what, 414, 408. We'd have to go back to there, guys. 301. I would have lost an hour. Brutal, isn't it? Brutal. The way around that quest is to do it in the summer. Or to, see, I only have 2 saves. Usually I'd have a ton of saves. But this one here is... hang on, maybe this is good enough. Well, that's just 6 minutes. With this autosave. Let me have a look at that autosave 6 minutes ago. But if we're still stuck on that, we're in trouble. That's cruel, isn't it? We'll see. Yeah, it said wait till next summer. The only way I can see around that is actually do it in the summer. Or then just absolutely ignore it. Yeah, whatever, who cares? We'll get our achievements out of it anyway. It's not an achievement, lucky enough. But I wonder what's wrong with that one. I don't know what I'm missing. We did everything they wanted and they said wait till next. Whoa, yeah, I can't see, it's gotta be a bug. Let's see, did we pick it up here? Let's see if it's here, actually. Yeah, it's there. It's there. No, we're in trouble, guys. Yeah, we lost about an hour and a quarter. Yeah, because of that. Oh well. I'll skip the quest this time. That's a kick in the backside. I didn't expect that to happen. That's some weird stuff, alright. Now let's see what the damage is. As long as I don't have to go back over any of the building, it's not too bad. I don't mind too much. Lesson learned and all that. To be more careful with that one. Alright, please tell me I don't have to do any building. Wow, I've been on 2.5 hours and it's just an hour back, so I finished the building before I came on, so it should be good. We should be still stuck in the middle of the other quest, I'd say. That's if it loads up. Ah, cool. Yeah, this is when we decided to take these quests, wasn't it? Ah, that's such a pity. Yeah, we're good. Okay, lesson learned. We'll be very careful from now on. These ones are okay. But that main story one, what we'll do is when we've got everything done in the next season in the summer and we've got tons of time, we'll start that one. And if it does that stuff again next summer, nah. We'll skip it. Well, we have no choice anyway. We've got to keep going. Well, I'll tell you if I'm going to do that. Yeah, okay.
It's nice to meet you. Hey, old friend. Goodbye.
Alright, let's go for it. Let's pick up these quests real quick.
Hello there.
Yeah, all the money is taken anyway, we'll see.
Welcome, stranger.
Okay, there's 2. Let's see. We will definitely keep away from he's one now. Okay, then I can the rest. That's a pity. I don't see any way around that one. The only chance we'd have with that storyline is if we actually started it in the summer. And then it wouldn't say wait till next summer. Oh, I'm thinking. Oh, who knows? Maybe there was a timeline on that. See, I didn't really pick up his... But no, I don't think there was. I was saying. Doesn't matter much anyway. Oh, hi Count. And thanks for the raid, appreciate it. Welcome raiders. And how have you been, Count? Yeah, we ran into a bug in one of the stories. It cost us an hour. Alduin's story. We did everything and it said wait till next summer. And then we fast forwarded to next summer after we finished up. And it failed the quest. Weird.
Maybe my prices are a bit steep, but then again, I have no competition.
Now, hang on, let me get my reading glasses. Hi, Ricardo, and how are you? Pretty decent, yeah. I think the only chance that I have with that quest is not an achievement rating, it's not a biggie. But I'd say started in the summer. Yeah, there seems to be something up with the quest. Not that it means much anyway. I was waiting for Fallout 4. Oh, I used to play it a good bit. It's been a while since I had a good run at Fallout 4. The last one I did was Skyrim. Were you playing Fallout 4, Count? Yeah, it's pretty much finished now on console with the so-called next-gen update. And out from getting mods to get it to run the way it used to. Yeah, that pretty much ruined it. Yeah, a kind of medieval Fallout 4, I suppose. Nice. Some Fallout 4. I have many, many, many hours on Fallout 4. Maybe too many. Now, okay, let's get this one.
How is life
treating you?
Oh, hang on. Oh, we gotta do this again. I can't believe this. Okay. Whatever, we might as well do it. Okay. That's a pity, isn't it? Oh well. Well, at least we know the problem with that quest.
Take care, take care.
Now we'll
How are you?
flick through this really quickly because we've already done it. Alright, let's just get the vendors here and get this over. We should be through this pretty quick. Fallout 4 is like a psycho girlfriend. Yeah. They'll eventually abandon that game if they haven't already. But I don't know, BGS as a developer, they're really gone downhill. Everyone says, oh, their next game, it all depends on their next game, and they always make something abysmal. But I would imagine that if they mess up the Elder Scrolls that's coming up, that's if they ever get around to actually making it. Yeah, it's going to take its toll on that company, I think. I'm stuck into settlement building. Nice. I did a lot of settlement building on Fallout 4. A ton of it. The vanilla stuff, let's say, and then went into... I'm on console. Went into some of the mods like SOE and USO type stuff. Yeah, that's pretty much what I used to do. It's a fun building game. There's only so many times you can kind of play the story, you know.
How do you do? Price is so low, you don't need to haggle.
Definitely a fun game. This has a kind of building thing as well, but with Fallout 4 it's more about the individual pieces. Here there's like set pieces you dropped on the house. Kind of like the Skyrim building system. In a way. But the NPCs on this, the AI padding, all that stuff, it's flawless. Fallout 4 wouldn't have a chance of doing anything. They probably can, but they just won't. You know the stuff when you're... Well, the settlers are kind of okay, even though they spawn on the roof and, you know, under the ground and all of that stuff. But once you change a settlement a bit, start building up there, walking into walls, falling off ledges, all of that kind of stupidness. Here, none of that. They're absolutely flawless. And these are just a couple of indie developers. Very, very small company. I'm still never going to walk in that game ever again. In Fallout 4, yeah? You can actually get some mods for that, if that's the way you want to go, but personally I would try and play that game with as little as possible. But this is, if you like building, this is not a bad building game. Different kind of system than Fallout 4, but interacting with NPCs is much more rewarding. There's no real voice acting, you can't have a conversation with them as such, but you know, have little conversations and that.
Have a nice day.
Yeah. Let me just save it here for a moment. I liked building in Fallout 4, so if you do, you might like this. I'll show you a settlement, a base that we did here on another map. I had to come back to this one to get the last 3 achievements, so decided to do one here, but it's still in construction. This is the valley map. That's the kind of story map and that. So we did our building on the Oxbow map. I'll show you that one. Well, we did this about 6-7 months ago. So I have to save here because I didn't get a chance to upload it properly yet. And this has a pretty steep learning curve, especially when it comes to micromanaging the villagers. But eventually, if you do it properly and you get enough in, they'll pretty much take care of themselves. But if you like building, this is a decent game. It's probably one of the most impressive I've seen from the indies. More comprehensive building, obviously, in Valheim, but you don't get that kind of NPC experience you would here. Oh, I used them. Yeah. I used them, Ricardo. You might be able to see some of my old streams on YouTube. But there's tons of mods on consoles. And BGS games are probably the most heavily modded ever in any game. Unlimited weight, all of that stuff. I used to use it when I was building. There's a thing called a cheat terminal, would be the best one to use. No, you would need a mod. Yeah. There's no mod that will help you with weight, yeah, you're right. But there is a cheat terminal, you'd have to load a mod for that one. Yeah, so did I. Pretty good game. Yeah, it would be all mods. There's one where... Isn't there one in Fallout 4 where you can fast travel when you're overloaded if you pick the perk? Yeah, I think so. It's been a long time since I played. And thanks for following, Ricardo. Appreciate it. So this is Oxbow map. Now, since then there was a DLC, there wasn't much in it. You know, but the ability to plant trees, which could be, you know, very, very helpful. These are the original trees, so I went out of my way to save them, you know. Yeah, you're still kind of struggling, but at least you can fast travel. But even before the park, what I would do when I was cleaning out, let's say, an area, at the entrance, let's say, I would be a tin or a body or something, and I'd just keep loading into that close to the fast travel point, and then just bring it back in bits and pieces, and then scrapping it at the settlement, and that would help me build more, especially the pipe weapons and stuff like that. Yeah. But it's the kind of game, let's say, if you can, to play it without mods, especially if it's your first time. But then it gets to the stage, you know, you've played the game so much you need something different. If you're ever going to use a scrapping mod on that, I would be very careful. Scrap everything is just dodgy. But on console, let's say, probably the most safest one to use would be one called Scrap That Settlement. That one was impressive. I would only use it, let's say, to get rid of the rubbish in a settlement. I found that one, well, on console at least, to be a little bit glitchy. The problem with that, you can scrap too much. You can scrap pre-combines, you can scrap stuff that can really give you problems. The Scrap That Settlement one, there's certain things you can scrap, that would cause problems. And I think I heard someone saying you could even scrap the map with that one. Pretty much, yeah, but they were never really alive, in a sense. Yeah. Well, the problem is, the tech didn't move forward on that. And the corporations are too greedy. The likes of Sony and Microsoft. Like, take Microsoft for instance. They've upped 50% under Game Pass. But I've been preaching that, Ricardo, for years. Once they corner enough of the market, get enough people over. These game clubs, they're very, very bad for games, But let's say their ultimate goal, let's say, will be to control enough of the games being produced. So you'd kind of have to go to them, to get any kind of decent game. So even if you go with the up in the price thing and all of this kind of toxic stuff, it would get to the stage where they just only want to make online multiplayers, that kind of stuff. Call of Duty, Fortnite type stuff, Not to mention that, third-party companies, devs and stuff like that, that would be... it's not good for those guys either. They'll be just getting pennies on that one. No, corporations are not in gaming for fun or entertaining their customers. They're there to make as much money as they possibly can. And, prioritizing profit when you're making games, it's not good for games, it's not good for customers, it's not good for anyone. Oh, that was in the beginning. That was the honeymoon period. Yeah. But did you notice that, say, when they weren't generating that much money, everyone was pretty fair. They were still making tons of money and they were happy. But then when it really took off, when they started to make some serious money, then it was all about the money. Well, basically, when they started making serious money, they attracted investors, corporations and that. And then once you're beholden to shareholders and stuff like that, it all goes sideways. You've got marketing managers and you've got corporate types, calling the shots. Nah, that would be messing with the free market. It's supply and demand, and something is worth as much as you're willing to give. But Microsoft, well, nobody should be surprised what they did. Well, there is a spot in Spain where they did something like that, Randy. I remember I was telling you before. I think the employees or something bought out the company or whatever the case may be, but what they did was, I think it's the CEO can't get any more than 10 times or something more, or 20 times more than the lowest guy. So if the CEO wants to bump up his salary, everyone's salary gets bumped up as well, and bonuses. You will own nothing. It's simple. Well, we never really owned them anyway. The small print in that, the digital games and stuff, you're just paying for a license. But it wasn't very clear until that Stop Killing Games thing came out. Then, they were forced to clarify it a bit more. So basically, The problem with owning a digital copy that you can only play online with their servers, and they don't make any kind of attempt so you can have your own server on it or play it offline. I knew that was going to be a disaster, not being able to play a game offline. So basically, let's say, Skyrim is still, for its age, is still doing pretty good. Or let's say Fallout 4. So let's say they come up with a new Elder Scrolls and it's absolutely rubbish. And they come up with a new Fallout game and that's absolutely rubbish. So you're still playing your old games and whatever the case may be, so you're not interested. So they just shut down the servers on them because they're not making enough profit and you lose your game and then you're pretty much forced to go to the next one. You see, if you've already bought a game and they've pretty much gotten every penny they can from you, there's no profit in letting you play that game in peace. They need you to be playing other games. So there's no reason to keep that game alive. So that's another problem as well. Yeah. They have a name for it. I forget what it is, but I think they're doing that in Spain. The Crew 1. Oh, the game, The Crew, yeah. They stopped that one. That was Ubisoft guys, was it? I think it was. But that's a taste of things to come, That's definitely a taste of things to come. But as far as the Elder Scrolls goes, I don't have zero faith on that game. I would be very, very surprised if it was a mid game and playable. But there's been a lot of rumours circulating. Well, one rumour, it's not a rumour, the new hires that BGS have gotten. They've gotten all the crew from Dragon Age Veilguard, or at least a good few of them. Rumour is, one of the guys, I forget his name, but he was lead quest designer or something. Rumour is that he will be doing the new Elder Scrolls. But he has a good track record. The last game, and I'm always saying this with sarcasm, the last game he worked on was obviously Dragon Age Veilguard. Before that it was another whopper of a successful game called Concord. And before that one it was Mass Effect Andromeda. So all massively successful games. And I say that with no hint of sarcasm. But if this is the case, yeah. Well, the game was in trouble anyway, but it's really, coffin time for that game. But we'll see how it goes. To be honest, I think BGS held off as long as they could from making another Fallout, well, for single player anyway, and another Elder Scrolls because they knew it wouldn't be much of a success, and the core fans that have been hanging on for something like that and the goodwill they had from that, we pretty much spent, But we'll see how it goes. But yeah, consoles. They started off as more of a kids thing for babysitting, really. Parents would come home and they wanted a bit of peace. Give them an Xbox and a couple of games and they get some peace. But those kids grew up to be adults then, and they were kind of into the Xbox, and then that's when the real money started off. It was. Yeah, they seem to have a short memory. I know where you're going with that one. You get caught by a company, and then, within 6 months you forget about that, and they come out with a hype and the PR again, and then you fall for the next game, and so on, and so on, and so on. So there's no repercussions for doing bad things. You can complain, you can give them bad PR, and they pretend like it means something, but it doesn't. What people say and what people do are different things. So you would judge a company, or a person for that matter, by their actions, in other words. And the corporations, there's only one language they understand, and that's profit. So if you want a corporation to, how could I put this, to play reasonably fair, you've got to hit them where it hurts, and that's money. You know, a couple of these IPs, these games, these game companies, and that will have to fail. And I think the next on the block, I think Sony is threatening to get rid of the guys that did The Last of Us. What are they called again? Is it Sucker Punch or something Dog or something they're called? Yeah, but the next game coming up for them, I think, is their last chance. And then I think Sony is going to move away from Western developers, you know, more into something traditional, which would probably suit Sony a little bit better.
Someone has been buttering our kingdom.
They're buying into a lot of the hype, yeah. Naughty Dog, something Dog, yeah, that's those. I think they might be next for the chopping block. But what one of the organizations that was blamed basically for this stuff with the credit cards and not being able to buy the games you want even though they're legal, Collective Shout or whatever they're called, well, of course, you know, they might have kicked the ball going, but companies went with that, so they were kind of all in for that kind of thing. But you know, I think banks should be the last. How old am I? I'm in my late 50s, Ricardo. I think the banks are the last people that should be preaching to someone what's moral or not. I can see no problem buying an adult game if you're an adult and it's legal. And having these banks saying that they don't want this associated with their brand, really. These same banks that have been fined multiple times every year for fraud, money laundering, God knows what else, toxic behaviour, abuse, you name it. These guys have been, they're the last people that should be preaching. In that I don't kind of agree. I think Collective Shout are what we would call useful idiots, Ricardo, in a sense that they're a bunch of Karens making a lot of noise, and companies wanted to probably do this anyway and needed an excuse, and then they're kind of pointing to Collective Shout. Yeah, I kind of dug into them a bit. They're pretty much all over the place. They're just a bunch of Karens that want attention. You know, the same Karens that, you know, when GTA came out, were saying, oh, we gotta ban this game. Kids are watching the game and then they're, you know, acting out the game and they're hurting each other kind of thing. You know, I remember that. This was back in the 90s. You know, the same kind of people. But yeah, but as far as I know, Steam now have got somebody else to do the payment processing, which was always going to happen, really. So the only thing the banks have done, really, is they've done themselves out of done a profit, you know. Oh, Roblox, yeah. Yeah, I followed that as well. Yeah, there was a couple of streamers who tried to do something. Well, the complaints were forever, and you know, people were told to basically shut up. But you're talking about a company, Ricardo, that thought it was a good idea in a kids' game to have a section called public showers. Really? You know, and then I think they came up with this crazy idea to make it like a dating site. How true that is, I don't know, but we're talking about a kids' game, right? And, you know, there was a lot of predators. And that I believe, because I remember playing online back in the day on Assassin's Creed Black Flag, and I actually met a few of these so-called predators. Despicable people. I do. Elon Musk's little thing. I do. Yeah. Yeah, PayPal. But What was I saying? Oh, I've lost track of what I was saying, but the last people that should be preaching, you know. But apparently they've found someone else. But it's only a matter of time before somebody would step in. Personally, I can't see the problem. You know, to buy something. Now, oh yeah, where I was going. There's that Roblox thing, yeah. All of that stuff. A couple of streamers trying to do something about it. They would set up these predators and then call the cops. I think they were banned, which is pretty strange. Trying to do the job that the moderators there should be doing. Yeah. Not really. It's something that's happening. You know, it's real. And they got banned for it, I think. So you ask yourself, you've got this crowd like Collective Shout, and they're on about the anime games and the stuff like that, where you're talking about fiction, you're talking about that kind of stuff. But you're talking about something like that happening in real life, and you're talking about, they're not saying a word about that game. And the reason is, it's a massive money-making machine. You know what I mean? So, you have to ask yourself, you know, if these guys are so, you know, for the kids and whatever the case may be, why has there not been a peep about them, about that game? You know, from this crowd. That's why we're all far ahead when it comes to see. Well, yeah, we've been around a while. We've seen this play out time and time again. Yeah, I suppose. But personally, you know, leaving a kid online, unsupervised, it's not a wise thing. And that was, what, 10 years ago more? It must be much worse by now. Now, I'll just show you the rest of this, and then we'll move on. We'll get back to our little game. Yeah, they don't see the danger. Well, they're just kids, you know. The world is their playground. You know, the innocence is there. You gotta admire innocence as well, but
building them from toy bricks.
we're living in strange times. Yeah, the likes of these online multiplayer games where they're kind of toxic to each other and that. Well, that's one thing, it's just a game. But with kids, you know, that's where they learn to communicate, you know, with other people, and this is where they form their social habits. So, in real life, it doesn't really go that well, you know. Yeah, I suppose, yeah. But this thing is not really, you know, to anyone that followed history, whatever the case may be, it's not a thing. Hollywood and celebrities and that, it's always been pretty dark, you know. Like, take for instance Charlie Chaplin, you know, back when he was a big star. He was pretty much into that. Even to the stage where he had to buy people off. Oh, the studios protected him, and it was only much later that, you know, that it came out when his career was over, and, you know, Hollywood had no more need for him. I could go on forever. There was Clark Gable as well. I could, yeah. It's always been there, you know. Then you see the stuff with the P. Diddy case. What did he get? 4 years, I think, if I seen it correctly. Very light, to be honest. So he'll be probably out in another year, I'd say. But if you've got fame and if you've got lots of money, most of the rules don't apply to you. This is a bad thing to do. The same can be said to, let's say, for organizations. Take, for instance, let's say a police force. If you let them break the law and do stuff that's shady because it benefits you as a government or as a politician or whatever, whether you're kind of personal little guys, that backfires over time. They'll eventually turn on their masters. I've seen this time and time again. And you're creating this kind of system. And the problem is with big organizations and corporations, no matter where it is, whether it's in the public or the private sector, they tend to protect their own. So if you've got an organization where if you do bad things and they pretty much cover up for you, you'll attract bad people, you know, that like to do these bad things. Yeah, it is important to educate your kids. Of course it is. And this is it. This is the one I finished. This was kind of fun making this one. Yeah, let's get a top view of this guy. And then we'll move back and we'll finish the rest of the quest on the other map.
Can't say a good word either. He may look like an idiot and talk like an idiot.
That's my house and the rest of the stuff here. How do I do this again? Photo mode, here we go. So this is pretty huge compared to the other towns. Yeah. Which is under the shelter of not being punished. Then we go into MK Ultra. Yeah. Yeah. And that was one of the conspiracy theories. Well, the exception that turned out to be true. You're speaking about the LSD experiments on civilians and military. Yeah. That was one of the rare ones that was actually true. And that's it. Right, let's get back to this other game. In that direction, yeah? Well, there's a lot of people that say, well, that is one of the true ones. Yeah, that was absolutely proven to be. But there was always a good chance of that one being true. You're talking about a shady government agency, you know, checking out stuff that could probably be used for interrogation or coercion or, you know, getting people to do what they want them to do. That is pretty feasible. But then you'll hear the conspiracy theories, Ricardo, about, you know, gangs of people drinking. What was it again? They've got kids locked in the basement and they would scare them so they would get their adrenaline running and then they'd drink their blood. All this kind of really, you know, out there stuff. Like every conspiracy has a small kernel of truth, but logic as well must step in sometimes, you know. But you know, if they're drinking, if they're drinking kids' blood, you know, it's not exactly the most hygienic thing to do. But yeah, there is conspiracy theories and then there's talking about something logically. Is that the one we're on? Yeah, that one there. So what you want? Buy from early medicine to war crimes. And a lot. Terrible things were done. You mean the advancement of medicine through... yeah, that was a thing as well. Yeah. and let's say the advancements of science to the work, let's say, of concentration camp victims and that. Like, let's say the V2 project, the V1, but somebody will always benefit from that. The scientists that were, swept up in Berlin after the Second World War by both sides. Yeah, all of these things proven to be true. Oh, the Cage movie, yeah. To the grip on the music industry. Oh, the Sony thing with the little thing they had, yeah. The spying tech. Yeah. Yeah. But apparently they had something on their DVDs and that where they could basically kind of spy on you. Well, it was done for information. This was the early days, Randy, of information gathering, where it wasn't a thing, let's say, where they could harvest your information. So they were doing stuff like that. They had to steal it. Now they don't have to, because now, anyone with a smartphone, not only will they give them their information, but they'll beg them to take it. They'll actually pay them now to take their information. What was it Zuckerberg said? When he was starting off that dating app because he wanted to get chicks, and that turned into Facebook. When he kind of wanted to get a loan for the business, how are you getting this information? Well, he said, no, people will just give you the information, They'll absolutely pay you to take it. So we're dealing with different generations of people, Medicine is wild. Yeah, it is. Well, it's a thing for the greater good, isn't it? Well, they're always watching us. They're tracking us. There's cookies and that. This is a common thing. So this is when I heard this conspiracy theory about putting tracking devices in the COVID vaccine. But imagine the tech that would be involved for. I don't even think we have that tech. For something so small, to waste so much money to track ordinary people, when people are giving $1,000 or $1,500 for iPhones, and they can do the same. Yeah. But it's all about information gathering, obviously, and selling that. Well, it is a powerful tool, Randy. The way, let's say, during the Russian Revolution, how the likes of radio and literature was used, or the Second World War, especially radio. Then there's always something. Now we're in the age of the internet, where you're reaching the masses there. So this would be a very, very valuable tool indeed. You wouldn't have to absolutely control it. You just have to nudge it in the right directions and get the people you want in place. Yeah. Very, very possible. The vaccines are more like a testing the kill switch, to be honest. All people and the resources. In that, I'm kind of in the middle, in a sense that, they've seen it as a threat, whether it was or not, is it's not really relevant now. At the time, or what they said at least, it was a massive threat. So they went with something probably that was the lesser of two evils. Sure, did they make a ton of money? Of course they did. But I knew, and everyone knew, no matter what they did, they weren't going to stamp this thing out it was always going to be a thing. And it was always going to come back in force. It's just something now I'll have to deal with, I suppose. But not just that, there's other potential viruses, just waiting to happen, certain mutations. And that, we were always going to suffer something like that. Did they profit from it? Yeah, of course they did. Were they doing right or wrong? Probably more right than wrong. Maybe some for the right and some for the wrong reasons. Oh, here it's free, Randy. Yeah, it's all free. In the beginning I got one, and I didn't bother then with the boosters. Maybe at my age it might be a mistake. I do know some had more adverse effects than others. I know the Johnson & Johnson one gave a few problems there. There was another one that wasn't so bad. My mum got the shot and got all the boosters, and she's in her 90s. Didn't bother her. Will it affect people differently? Yeah, I think it will. Could be something got to do with your DNA or something like that, I suppose. You see people really sick and really old and getting shots, and it's no problem. You see young people kind of, suffering a bit after getting the shock. Yeah. But think of it as it is, really. It's something like a cold virus, probably like a really bad, nasty cold. It's probably something now that we're going to have to deal with. I'm sure as time goes on, the vaccines will probably get better, but then there'll be new strains and whatever the case may be. So, it's another problem to deal with. Did it kill people during COVID? Much like the flu can kill people during COVID. Yeah, of course it did. Was all of the deaths down to it? Probably not. I would say, I remember my nephew actually got it, and he's had tons of flus, and then he said it was the worst he's ever seen. He was a big, strong lad. He was like 6'3" or something, built like a tank. So obviously, if you're old and weak, if you get something like that, there's a good chance that will put you under. Maybe, obviously, because it's harder on your system, probably than a normal flu, so it'll put more under, But yeah, it's not special in any way, It's just another flu. Think of it as a mutated string of a flu virus, It's just something what I have to deal with. But it was a big, big talking point for a lot of people. Most of them on the internet and that. Some believed what we were saying, some were looking for attention, and some were, obviously profiting from it. But it was used as a division in most instances, which is a typical thing to do. You can't have everyone agreeing on everything, or they might see what you're doing, You're one of those cool people that got Covington before they knew it was COVID. And I told them, if he dies, he'll be COVID dead. Yeah. I want every document to 5 professionals. One mistake, a dog won't live. To spend the money. Out of the coma. Nice. Oh, that's good. That's good. But yeah, there was so much scaremongering and stuff about that. But I suppose if you look at it from the other side, it must have been pretty scary. They didn't know much about it at the time. So it could have been a massive threat. So I suppose you can't blame them for trying to do their best to get a vaccine and to try and stop the spread. But it wasn't that much of an inconvenience, I suppose. People were afraid that, the old thing, give a mouse a cookie thing, which I suppose has a bit of validity, I suppose. 5%. My. Okay, where are we going, guys? Let's get a few of these done. Yeah, this stupid one got me messed up. So, house union. A copper hammer. Yeah, okay. And that one. So they're the ones we want to get. Let's see, did we didn't get all of these guys here, did we? We'll just get our cash from here and then we'll move out. I'll check that quest line later. Probably have to do it in the summer. Not that one. There was one that seemed to be a bit bugged. It told us to wait till next summer to finish, and then when we waited till next summer, it failed. So if I'm going to try that again, I'll try it in the summer. See how that goes. And if it tells me to wait till next summer, then I'll just ignore it.
Hey, friend. Only the best products here.
So I'll just keep busy with this and we'll just finish these 3 quests. I just want to get the reputation, so when I'm bringing in the settlers or the villagers, I'll have tons of that. We'll just get a bit of cash here and then we'll move out. I think we've got everything here, haven't we? Unless we try that guy back in the shed. Well, there's 3 main vendors here. I think I took our junk. I suppose for some it must have been... You were talking about a brand new virus. Randy. And then there was a good bit of scaremongering. You know, in social media. And I suppose in government as well. I suppose it was if you think about it too, if you were working in government, it was a catch-22. If you're working in, let's say, you know, the CDC or the WHO, whatever the case may be. So if you said, well, you know, it's just a flu, and you know, we do the precautions and we'll be good. And then if it turned out to be something really nasty, well, then you're on the chopping block. So I think what they did was they went all in. You know, just in case, because in the beginning they didn't really have much of a clue, to be honest, even to where it came from. So you could look at it like they were playing it safe, because their jobs and their careers were on the line, I suppose. And I suppose to err on the safety side wasn't a bad idea, I suppose. It's probably been around before, yeah. Yeah. All of the stuff that we've come across in some form or another, like, let's say, the Ebola virus and that. But, you know, everything was around before. Even if we get something that, you know, we haven't seen before. It was there before. It might have hit us during the Middle Ages. You know what I mean? So, you know, to get a totally unique virus that has never been released on this planet would be pretty slim. You know, we've been around a long time. Most of these we've got an immunity to. The bats, yeah, lots of stuff. But again, grains of truth, Randy. You know, let's say eating food that, you know, hasn't been properly cooked and whatever the case may be, or eating animals that usually wouldn't be eaten by the majority, that carry certain kinds of potential diseases, you know. But the whole kind of virus thing is it's pretty fascinating. There could be a certain kind of virus that maybe, you know, is not that deadly, or might not even be contracted, let's say, by a human being. That could get to an animal, and that could have another kind of virus, and it kind of party together, and it kind of mutates, and then, you know, that kind of stuff. It's all like a slot machine, you know, where it could go. But the law of averages and odds, there probably isn't, you know, any virus that hasn't been released at some stage in history, you know. I remember the mad cow thing. That was something that was avoidable, Randy. But again, that wasn't new. That's going all the way back to the caves. Yeah. Yeah. Influenza was a big thing as well after the First World War. Perfect storm. Yeah. The H1N1. That's the one. That's influenza, or another version of it. But you're talking about the mad cow disease, or BSE. Documented the first time they've found any trace of that would have been in the 60s. Randy, they went to, I think it was New Guinea or somewhere, to this very remote tribe. And some guy was sick and he was kind of shaking and whatever. And the local tribe had a name for his illness, and they called it Kuru, I think, in their language, which the translation of that would have been called the shakes, because he was shaking. But that was actually the mad cow thing, and how they got it was in their culture. And let's say when somebody died, if you actually ate a piece of him, you would absorb his power, kind of thing. You know what I mean? But I remember, let's say there was a big archaeological dig, and they were digging up this cave and whatever the case may be, and this was in several places, and they found evidence of cannibalism, in early mankind's history, and then all of a sudden it just stopped. Cold turkey, no more cannibalism. They realized that eating your own species was not a good idea, so they stopped that. So how the BSE started was greed, Randy, corporation greed. What companies were doing was, you'd slaughter a cow, you kill them, you use all the parts, the bones were left over. So what they did was the bones, they grinded up the bones and then mixed it in with animal feed. Now, cows are herbivores and whatever the case may be, but you're still feeding a species its own species. Not a good idea. Of course, the cows, they thrived from it, obviously, and the cows didn't know what they were eating. And that eventually mutated into the mad cow disease. So, moral of the story is, you should not eat your own species. End of story. Nah, just around the while. I was pretty fond of science and stuff back in the day. Yeah, people feed chickens eggs. Yeah. But what came first, Randy? The chicken or the egg? That's a good one. But usually looking logically at something and not giving in to the hysteria. And usually, it's Occam's razor, where usually the most simplest explanation is the one. 99 times out of 100. But you get the exceptions, like that MK Ultra thing, you get the exceptions. But yeah, don't trust anything. Basically, and that's the way it is today. But there was some really good documentaries out there. Yeah, well, times were different, and people were different when there was no social media, Randy. They were much more sociable. And, well, that's kind of obvious, when you think about it. The generations I see now spend the vast majority of their time online. You're talking to someone, all right, but, you're not kind of... It's not that kind of personal socializing. And I've seen kids now, and they're pretty awkward, socially. You'll see them, they're always buried in a smartphone, and their thumbs are kind of flying. This, I think, will have a knock-on effect. Relationships will be harder, and depression as well, We are basically pack animals, No matter how we try to deny it. We need the company of other human beings, and we need connections, whether we know it or not. Well, most of us anyway. Yeah, yeah, well, you're talking about the free speech of the internet. So, you know, the way I look at things is I have a certain opinion on stuff, obviously. And my opinion would change, obviously, from time to time, depending on the information I have or what I can see to be legit. There's always room for improvement, obviously, and changing your opinion, obviously. My opinions have changed over the years. This is a very normal thing. Our opinions didn't change. We'd basically be so stuck with the mind of a teenager. But this is a good thing. Or if your opinion is wrong and you eventually realize it and has been proved out, say, yeah, my opinion was wrong. I've learned something today. A lot of people I see, they can't admit to being wrong. It's good to be wrong and to be proved to be wrong, satisfactorily, obviously, and then saying, yeah, I was wrong, and then move on and learn from that experience. What kills me about the internet and about some people in general is willful ignorance, where, they can't admit they're wrong, or they ignore facts, or they base their whole entire argument or theory or whatever the case would be on one very, very flawed piece of information, and they build a castle on that, But this is the time we're living in. It's basically always been like that. It's just the internet shows it a lot more, because now we get in touch with much more people. Before the internet and that, we just knew our personal friends or whatever. Now we know everyone. The world is a lot smaller, and the cracks are beginning to show. They were always there. It's now they're just more obvious, I wonder how the world will be now that the Pope is condemned clickbait. The Pope now is from the US, isn't he? Yeah, I think so. It is. I suppose it is. Yeah. We all have our traits. AI will be the downfall of mankind. I tend to agree with you on that one, Ricardo. If you ever saw the Avengers in the Age of Ultron, I tend to agree with you, no matter how you look at it. First of all, look at the most common, realistic problem. Would be replacement by AI. If a corporation can get AI to do a human's job, it will absolutely get that to do it. Okay? They'll sack every single last man jack of everyone, and they will replace with AI. They're a company, end of story, they're there to make profit. You've got mass unemployment. Well, we know where that's going. Alright, but let's say out from that. Now, if you were to go with the kind of Terminator thing, highly unlikely that they would get that kind of intelligence. Well, not yet, at least. But they would get very essential operating systems run by AI if they could save money. And there's a good chance of hacking that, I suppose, as well. But if what I've been reading about AI, and some of these people were pretty credible. One guy was called a godfather or the grandfather of AI or something that I was learning of. He was as diplomatic as possible, but he has some concerns about AI. They did some tests. Whether it's true or not, I don't know. I don't like running conspiracy theories or that, but it's an interesting conversation nonetheless. If it's true, and I didn't fact check this, so I'd take this with a grain of salt. They did a test on an AI where they let it, be in charge of the emails and that, and delivering them and all of that, and they had some fake emails. One guy was having an affair, and another guy was saying that he was scheduled to shut down this AI machine, and it basically sent him an email blackmailing him not to shut it down or it would squeal about his affair. Right? Then they did that kind of scenario where the guy was going to shut down the machine, and then he was trapped in a situation where he couldn't open a door and he was going to die, and I think 9 out of 10 times it let him die. But then they did something like they put the robotic laws in. Yeah, we won't hurt humans and that kind of thing. That helped because it cut it down from 90%, I think, to 37%. So with those laws in place, it just killed them 37% of the time. That's if this is to be believed. There's been a lot of AI guys that have totally quit the business. They said it's gone too far. But even out from that end of it, out from that end of it, and I wouldn't subscribe to that quite yet, to be honest. But is the threat there? Yeah, of course it is. The real threat now, let's say, would be massive job losses. And you're talking about a system where you've got no middle class. You've got the dirt poor and you've got the ultra rich. Something like that movie Elysium. That kind of system. And in a system like that, which was pretty much prevalent in, let's say, in the 1700s in France, we all know what happened there. The poor guys had enough and they took out the rich guys. So that's what you're looking at. Best case scenario. Well, that one has been coming a while, Ricardo. That's a kind of a culture thing that's really been hitting, let's say, since probably the 70s, spurred on by certain ideologies and that. But yeah, it seems to be a very mercenary business indeed. I think there is an epidemic of how could I put this? Of loneliness and a sense of not belonging with young men. This has been apparent for quite some time. Kids now see life as a kind of party, and the connection doesn't seem to be there. This again might be part of the social media thing where you don't connect as much with people, you don't form bonds, would make you kind of mercenary. I think in that there's a lot of different factors in play. But have people become less caring in relationships to each other and are kind of all about themselves? Yeah, I suppose. And that I think is part of it, And that will be a travesty if both men and women would have to turn to robots for attention or affection. That would create a very nasty thing indeed. Depression would be unbelievable. This would be like a souped up version of what social media and the internet is now. Now look, don't get me wrong, social media and internet is a good thing. As a bonus, as something extra. But still, reaching out to real people that you can talk to face to face is part of, living here as well. Like over. Yeah. Depopulation, start mass. Lots of things. It has the potential to do almost anything. But for now, it will be a money-generating thing. But who knows what it will be used for in the future? Anything is possible. If I could afford 4 to 10, yeah, he won't get it for that. I've seen the programs that Ricardo were working on. I think something like 300,000 or 400,000, $500,000. Yeah, for these things, and they're pretty brutal. They're going around on wheels. Not really a good job. It's more like ChatGPT on in a dummy, and not a really good job. Yeah, but will the technology get better? Yeah, probably will. Then you'll be going into this kind of robot worker kind of situation. This is a threat that you were talking about, Ricardo. You got the robot workers and you've got AI. And if AI goes rogue, and yeah, you've got a iRobot situation on your hands. That's the worst case scenario. Maybe not that likely, but you know, there's other things almost as bad that are very, very likely. Not a cool robot one. Oh, you mean the AI thing online, the AI girlfriend thing. They've been doing that as well. Yeah, it's sad, isn't it? You're talking about, you know, companies taking advantage of people that are pretty lonely. I think it's despicable, you know. But what about that guy that wanted to marry his AI phone thing, and he had a wife or something? Do you remember that? I remember watching a documentary on some guy that, you know, really needed some psychological help. Ever soup. Oh, you're on about that other movie about that she, isn't it? Yeah. Nah, that whole sci-fi had a good look at the risks of this kind of thing. But it's pretty easy to see. You know, basically, you don't have to be any kind of soothsayer or fortune teller. If you have a system that can get out of your control and you get it to do everything, which you will absolutely do if it makes you more money as a corporation or as a species in general, let's say, something is going to go wrong. You know, whether you subscribe to this thing might actually, you know, start to become really, really self-aware, which I don't know what kind of programming to put in. If you program something to stay alive at all costs, it probably will. Does that make it conscious? Probably not really. But do we really know what we're messing with? You know, but one thing that's a big danger is, you know, getting robots to teach other robots or create other robots, and they've started doing that. Yes, the sci-fi touched on it a lot, Randy, but this is a conversation that has been going on since, well, a long time, but in earnest, I would say since the 50s, you know, since the 1950s. There was a trap, even starting with the G's of the communication ended with 5G. Yeah. Well, it's all generated to make money and to, I suppose, all media to a certain amount to influence and control a population. And I'm not saying that in a bad way. It's always done that. Now, obviously, it can be, you know, it can be really souped up. It can be, you know, made much, much worse. There is some frequencies that can kind of play with us, all right. Yeah, there is low doses of radiation, whatever the case may be. Phones, you know, probably would be one. True. Well, there's nothing we can do anyway as individuals. AI need not be bad, but you know, no matter how advanced it gets, if there are certain safeguards, I suppose, put in place. But long term, if we think maybe a few centuries in the future, apparently it's doubling and tripling in a matter of months, its intelligence, which remains to be seen. That could be just deployed to get in more investors, but let's say it is. The only way AI would be a benefit to mankind would be, you know, obviously if you could get AI and whatever kind of androids or robots you make to do everything. But then you got people obviously with no income. So everyone would have to get a kind of universal income. Plenty enough to live on, to survive, have a decent life. And then any career that they would take up would be for fulfillment. You know, whether they want to go into writing or music or lay around or whatever the case may be. A kind of utopia. This will never happen. No way. Always somebody who wants to be top dog, you know, the head of the pack. This I cannot see happen. We would need to literally evolve, you know, to get there. Yeah, sure. Hmm. Hmm. But, you know, most stuff I would always read and whatever, whether I believe it or not, you know, makes no difference. But there's an old saying too, and quite a true one. You know, just because someone says it, you know, doesn't actually make it true. So, there's a certain amount of critical thinking, I suppose you'd have to do. You'd have to kind of balance it up a bit. But remember, no matter what situation comes up, no matter what side you're on, you'll always get a ton of stuff that would kind of back you on that. And YouTube in particular, let's say, if you have a certain belief or whatever the case may be, if you buy into a certain theory, and if you look it up once on YouTube, YouTube will keep bombarding you with that same stuff. And slowly you'll get to the stage where, you know, you would think it's everywhere, kind of thing. A kind of, I suppose you could call it an echo chamber. Is that the guy that started off the AI thing? I think it might have been the same program I was watching. If it's the same guy, I'm not sure of his name. He seemed to be a pretty intelligent, credible guy. And he was pretty diplomatic as well in his interview. But he had some real concerns. You know, logical concerns, I think. Man seemed to be, you know, pretty grounded, you know. If it's the same guy. I don't know if his name was Mark Steele. I forget his name, to be honest. Oh, sugar. We gotta get some water. Oh, sugar, we're miles away. Have any of these guys got water? Is there a kitchen down here?
Hail, friend. Best goods in the realm.
Yes.
Good luck.
Oh, that's not much, is it? Oh my. Okay, we'll get some food and then we're good. There. We're not too bad. We're off. But yeah, it's always good to have a, you know, sensible conversation.
Don't wish it were easier.
I know stuff doesn't have to be proved out or anything, but there's some interesting topics out there, alright. And many, many, many possibilities.
Hello there.
I have a feeling we're not in the valley anymore.
Well, it's basically like playing the odds, isn't it?
How can I help you? My wares never disappoint.
I suppose.
Have a nice day.
But any situation, given enough time, heading in the wrong direction can go really bad. Oh yeah, what's this guy has a quest, does he? Be careful with these quests this time. Yeah, it's kind of protecting your interests in a sense. If You know, if you're making a lot of money, I mean an obscene amount of money, and you have a certain influence, and even if there is a risk there, and you know that risk might not come to be, let's say, for maybe decades or maybe even 50 years or so, you'll be dead in 20, kind of thing. Yeah. Hmm. Oh, but the governments have always been kind of pretty shady. Any government, really. You know, a lot of stuff that it would keep from the public. That's always been, you know. I remember that guy, McAfee, yeah. But some things can be pretty elaborate as well, Ricardo, in a sense. To a certain extent you would take everything with a grain of salt. Lots of other things would have to, come together to kind of push you. But yeah, sometimes it goes absolutely that way. I remember a lot of these ones that, kind of proved out to be. But I think the way to look at it is follow the money to a certain extent. If there's money behind something, there's always foul play somewhere. Sometimes these kind of things can be put up as more of a distraction, and sometimes they can have a grain of truth, sometimes they can be true, sometimes they can be false. It's an absolute minefield. It's like rolling a dice, isn't it? But all we can do is hope for the best, really. Lots of people can't do much, to be honest. Like, we can't even get together as a collective group and keep our governments in check when our governments are supposed to be working for us. So we can't do a simple thing like that. There's no way we can tackle something like this. A lot of things will have to change. First of all, the impossible would have to happen. People would have to stick together and work in everyone's best interests, regardless of their race, religion, sexuality, or colour. That is something I cannot see happen anytime soon. First of all, that would have to be done. And then something could be done. But, nah. Can't see it happen anytime too soon. There we go, we're good. Let's see what his quest is.
How can I help you?
Oh, hang on, he's got something. Alright. We want to see your wares.
Have a good day. How are you?
Right, what do you want to make some quick money? Okay, I get it. Oh, iron. I remember this one. Oh, where's that lady with the iron? She's around here somewhere, isn't she? There she is.
How do you do? Whatever you need, I got it.
No, it's not her. Where is she? The old lady. She's around here somewhere. There she is.
How do you? And I'm a client. Welcome. You do. Take care.
Oh, I wonder has he got any cash? Oh, we ever get rid of this one anyway before we leave here? cars running on water, or even, yeah, like Tesla. Hmm. Oh, you mean Nikola Tesla? The scientist. Yeah. He did some strange experiments, Tesla. Do you know much about him? A genius, but quite mad. Yeah. Yeah, Nikola Tesla. As far as I know, he had an obsession with his pet pigeon. Yeah. He was actually in love with his pigeon. I don't know, it might have been just kind of put out there to discredit him, I suppose. But genius, madness, a fine line, isn't there? Nikola Tesla. Yeah, familiar with him.
Ah, only goods of the highest quality.
Yeah, yeah. He was kind of mentally unstable, but, you know, basically all people like that are, in some sense. He was definitely ahead of his time. That's another thing too, when corporations take over, when they've got a system in play, they stifle any kind of innovation or progress. Unless a war breaks out, then it's different. The likes of, let's say, the world's dependency on oil, not just, let's say, for energy, but now it's basically a currency system. You know, if oil if it becomes obsolete overnight, a lot of countries will fall. So there are incentives to stick to oil, and you know, this is why we haven't seen much advancement in the likes of solar and especially hydrogen. You know, hydrogen is by far not a new thing. You know, I remember the Germans had a hydrogen submarine just before the First World War. They abandoned the project because of a leak and it killed a crew. But, you know, it's not a new thing. You see guys making them up in their garages or whatever the case may be. Car companies said they didn't want to do it because hydrogen is pretty unstable, and it is. Very, very unstable because of that molecule. But they never really did any kind of real R&D on that. And the reason is, what profit is there selling a car to someone that would work on water? Where's the money in that? The same can be said for medical industries. You know, what's the point in curing a disease when you can extort money from someone, you know, for the rest of their natural days? And even if, let's say, they're not cured if they live 20 years less, well, you know, who cares if you're a corporation? That's the kind of way of the worst outcome of it, you know, looking at that kind of system. So you've got an industry protecting itself, even though it is inefficient and probably making the planet a little bit worse, you know. Could do everything, but then again, number 33 keeps, oh, there's so many conspiracy theories with that. The Last Supper and, you know, all of that stuff. Yeah, he was absolutely ahead of his time. But that time, bisexuality was, you know, just like the Greeks, it wasn't frowned on as much as it is today. It was, you know, a time of a different time. Then you had obviously the Reformation and, you know, what happened from there. But yeah, the Greeks were, you know, into those kind of relationships and that as well. But yeah, a lot of stuff out there. But Da Vinci, let's say, has been used by conspiracy theorists for a long, long time. You know, the Freemasons and that kind of stuff, and you know, secret coding and all of this kind of thing. Who knows? Is it a possibility? Yeah, of course it's a possibility. Is it likely? Probably not. Much like, let's say, the quatrains by the likes of, what's his face again? Michel de Nostradamus. I must admit some of his quatrains were, you know, pretty decent. But you can get stuff to fit over time. But yeah, an interesting man. Apparently made vague because of, you know, the threat of being burned as a witch during the Inquisition and that. But as a medic, he was pretty much ahead of his time. He did know the benefits of hygiene, which was unbelievable for that time. Einstein is the best, for example. Connections with the Israelis are working. The USA to develop the atomic bomb. Einstein was Jewish, I think, wasn't he? Yeah, he would have connections, obviously, to Israel. I know a decent amount, let's say, about Einstein. I know that when he died, somebody came in and stole his brain. Yeah, that kind of stuff. An interesting individual. Had a soft spot for the ladies. Pretty interesting. But again, a scientist that could admit when he was wrong. Had some really good theories. Amazing man. But didn't do too well in school. Which goes to show you too. You know? Oh, no problem. But the stuff that's happening, let's say, in foreign affairs and that now, it is unfortunate, the wars and whatever the case may be. I think one should never direct. People cannot be held responsible for their government. We go to any government in particular. You know, whether it's Russia or whatever the case may be, the vast majority of people would not back certain things. And social media tends to reflect a lot of hate towards, let's say, nationals of that country. And this is something that's been echoed throughout history. And it never ends good. Never really ends good. Blame should be, if proven, should be laid, obviously, where it belongs. But it's a slippery slope, you know, when dealing with these kind of stories. You know, you'll always take something as fact that might not always be fact, or might be certainly twisted, you know. And then, of course, we have our own bias, even if we don't realize it. It's impossible not to have some kind of bias, no matter how, no matter who or how you conduct yourself. That's right. Yeah. He married a Russian scientist. That didn't work out too good. Had a son. I think he ended himself, unfortunately. Yeah. Yeah. I remember his story. But a brilliant mind, nonetheless. A person's mind and their morals and personality, you know, can be of a different thing, you know.
You have returned. Another client. Welcome.
But a fascinating guy.
Farewell.
Now, have we got that stuff for him? Oh yeah, we're looking for the ore, isn't it? We're looking for that lady with ore. I thought we bought it. Are you kidding me? I didn't buy it.
Can I have best prices in the area?
There. Now we should be able to do something here.
Farewell.
Right, let's go back and give this guy his ore. Portugal took gold, teat, and money. Yeah. Yeah. A lot of that actually went on. Switzerland would have been the main thing to be. A lot of people on the run would have left, everything they had there, and then, didn't exist anymore. It even got to the stage where I do know Switzerland was responsible for prolonging the war for maybe 6 or 8 months longer than it should have been. I do know that the British government did consider invading Switzerland, because they were basically facilitating the war. They were laundering money for the Nazis at the time. This has all been fact. There's still God knows how much money there in Switzerland, blood money. But yes, they took the teeth and melted them down. But there was an American company, as far as I know as well, that did launder money. The Jewish gold as well. A strange thing. Allegedly. Not 100% on that. I do a little bit of fact checking on it. But I remember reading about it. How true it is, I don't know. I'm kind of fearful to believe everything I read. This seemed to be kind of reputable, but I dig deeper into it. But it was a firm, and it was laundering money for the Germans during the Second World War, when the US was at war as well for it. Check it up anyway on Google. But it was a big court case about it, and it was I forget her name. Walker was his name. He was old George Bush's father-in-law, and of course George Bush was working there as well. So they went on trial, and I think they were found not guilty on that one. But I'm not 100% sure. Check that one out. Yeah, the gold laundering was done a lot, you're 100% right on that one. It was from their glasses, their wedding rings, and their jewellery, and even their teeth. Yeah, horrible. Every country has a dark history, Ricardo. Let's say I don't believe in original sin, in the sense where, let's say if I was wronged by my ancestors, let's say, was wronged by a certain country a couple of centuries ago, that I would hold in any kind of hatred, let's say, from people from that country. I think that's not very productive, and it corrupts the soul. So I don't believe in original sin. I don't think anyone should be responsible for the actions of its country, especially if, those people are, let's say, long gone from this world. It would be like if you were walking down the street and, let's say, one of your ancestors, your great-great-great-granduncle or something, was some kind of serial killer. And then, you met one of the victims' ancestors, and then he, unalived you in the street, which would be a pretty raw deal. I'm sure that you would not think yourself responsible for the actions of something you can control long before your time. I'm on your side 200% like a Spartan in that movie 300. Yeah, I think it's very self-defeating. This breeds a lot of hate and a lot of mind corruption, you know. Um, Go to any country, I don't care where it is. They've both been victims and oppressors. Some more than others, and some, let's say, are more victims than oppressors, and vice versa. So you would judge someone by IBM. Yeah, they did the machines that tagged those poor Jewish victims in the concentration camps. International business machines. Yeah. They pretty much found out about that, and what they did was they basically moved it to Switzerland and kind of hid it. They knew what they were doing. Yeah, they supplied them. Yeah, IBM. Yeah, but this is a corporation. This is a corrupt corporation. Remember what I said to you, that they don't care about life or morals or whatever the case may be. It's all about money. This is different, let's say, compared to the individual. You know, as an individual, we can be responsible for how we think and what we do. As a corporation, well, they've got no safeguards in place whatsoever, and it's part of our history, really, isn't it? And even today, you could go into international arms dealing, Ricardo, which is pretty much the same thing, where you get governments supplying countries that's keeping war going, whether it's to benefit them, let's say financially, or geopolitically. You know, you could even go there. You know, like the scandal, let's say, I think in the early 90s with Margaret Thatcher's son, that was allegedly supplying weapons to countries that, I don't know, maybe they were embargoed, I'm not sure. Yeah, this is something that's pretty common. Mm. It would have been, was it Hugo Boss or some of the names? Yeah, it might have been Hugo Boss or one of the other ones. Yeah, Armani, yeah, one of the big designers. The Italians, Armani. Yeah, but I pretty much designed them on that. Yeah, one of those big suit names. But like Krups, for instance, they're a big firm, and even Coca-Cola. You know, Coca-Cola had a company during the Second World War, just before it, in Germany. This is one of those strange stories, and well, basically all the supply stopped, obviously, when the US entered the war. But it was a German guy running it, and you know, I suppose he was forced to take slave labor. You know, hopefully, you know, the conditions there were kind of okay. I know he wasn't charged with it, so he must have been okay. But the Germans were, you know, they were trying to force him to hand over control of the company, but he held out. One of the rare stories, and obviously he couldn't make any Coca-Cola. So what he did was he managed to get some scraps, orange peels and stuff, and he started grinding them up. And he made a drink. They called it Fantastisch. I think in German it means fantastic, which was later kind of pushed down to Fanta. So it was a bit of a success there. And eventually, let's say the war was over, whatever, he was one of the rare guys that, you know, kind of held up towards, let's say, to the pressure from the Nazi Party. How the labour went in that place, I suppose he was forced to take that labour, whether he liked it or not. So, what you think of that, you know, is another thing. And then eventually, you know, Coca-Cola did start to release it in the US, and that's basically the history of Fanta. Yeah, Coco Chanel was connected. Yeah, lots of people. The royal family were connected as well with fascism and National Socialism. Yeah. Yeah. Mercedes-Benz, all of them were caught up. Yeah. But I suppose you have to ask yourself in a situation like that, you would probably have no choice. Um, but if you use that position to make people's lives a bit better, it's hard to know, isn't it? You know? Yeah. Was a mix of Fanta and Coca-Cola nowadays still the same? I'm not sure about that one. Yeah. I'd imagine that would taste horrible. But the Coca-Cola thing, allegedly, Coca-Cola was basically this, you know the term snake oil salesman. These guys that would go around from town to town selling elixirs that would heal everything. And this is apparently how it started. How true it is, I don't know. And basically, he was selling that, but it was real cocaine. So that's where you get the coca. There was cocaine in it, and everyone loved it eventually. But apparently, that's how that started. How true that is, I don't know. Yeah, but I think they might have taken the cocaine out. it's too expensive. But I don't know, if the price keeps going up with stuff, you'd be probably better off with cocaine. Might be cheaper. But yeah, there's some fascinating stories out there. Coming to the crossroads, people know the history of the company and keep supporting them. Yeah, it's consumerism. At the end of the day, people don't really care. As a mass, anyway, at least. You'll get some people, obviously, that would not buy out of principle. But as a mass consumer base, we don't care where our products come from. Yeah. Yeah. We don't know where, we don't care. The scandal in the 80s, child labour in third world countries for the likes of Nike and that, that kind of stuff. Nah, nobody cares. It's bad PR for a company for a while, that kind of stuff. But it's something that's always been there. This is the world for what it is. And I think nobody should be under any kind of illusion that, it was this kind of fair thing. It was never fair. Life is not fair. But as I said, the only way to change a situation, but there is consequences, would be to absolutely shut down that company. Now, the consequences would be more expensive for your goods, but most people could live with that. Nobody wants to benefit from, the horrid conditions, that people would have to go through, or else we would be no better than, the stuff that happened, during the Holocaust. Well, obviously not as bad, but, you would be benefiting from that. Maybe not to the same degree, but still. It's something that everyone would have to wrestle with when you buy something. I do. Yeah. The kind of leaned heavily into the Me Too thing. Now, I think, let's say, the Me Too thing, how could I put this? Horrid that people would take advantage of other people like that. Absolutely horrid. But to use that as an advertising slogan to kind of, I won't say create a narrative, to kind of give the feeling that every man is capable of such horrid things, stoking this kind of ideology that was going on at the time, was not a good thing. I think, what did they lose? 18 billion on that one? But what was worrying about that was, after losing the 18 billion off their stock price, the CEO said it was worth it. How's that? Yeah, he said it was worth it. Madness. Yeah. Much like, let's say, that's really stoking the fire on something like that. Most people are good. Evil or bad things are not confined to just one sex. Is there horrid men out there? Yeah, of course there is. Quite a few. Is there horrid females out there? Yeah, probably is. Are men in companies in more of a position of power? Yes, they are. The reason for it? Well, there's a ton. Some businesses, let's say, let's say, go down to the ground stuff. Oil rigs, construction, that kind of stuff. Doesn't attract, let's say, a lot of female people. So you would have a majority there. Let's say in nursing, obviously, the majority would be other stuff. Men are suited to certain things. And I'm not saying this in a bad way. And women are certain are suited to other certain things, you know, as well. This is not a bad thing. This is playing to your strengths, you know. But this has been used as a kind of a weapon. Yeah, I would like to see everyone get a fair wage, regardless of their sexual orientation, their sex, their colour, their creed, or whatever. Best person for the best job, and whatever the case may be, with the same workload and the same kind of productivity. A fair system. Yeah, anyone would back that. But you can't have your cake and eat it as well, you know. Do you know that 2 most solid books at the time were Diary? I remember the Diary of Anne Frank, yeah. Now here comes the kicker. There was a ghost author that won the lawsuit case against the Frank family because they never did anything for the book. Was not even a real story, so it might have been changed a bit. Where is the original diary? Isn't that in the museum? Maybe what happened there, I suppose, that it was kind of added to maybe a little bit, or maybe cleaned up a little bit. You know, a diary is kind of very kind of random, isn't it? You know, dates wouldn't be set in, or whatever the case may be. Well, the Bible that was written by people. Yeah. No, I'm not familiar with that one, actually. But regardless of how authentic the diary is, you know, there was thousands of young people that actually happened to. You know, the diary was made with a ball pen. Oh, so they think it's a fake. Oh my. Oh, I'll actually look into that. That's interesting. But let's say, regardless of, yeah, if it was a forgery or not, the stuff that was documented did happen to people, you know, which wouldn't take away much from that. But yeah, if it was done with a ballpoint pen, it was before its time. Yeah. It's a wonder it took them so long to figure that one out. But I'll definitely look into that. But is somebody capable of doing that to make money? Yeah, of course. Don't know if it's actually true or not. But is it possible? Yeah, sure. People do horrible things for money. And there he is. Let's get him on the way up. Got it. A lawsuit is true. There must be some. They must have some kind of credible evidence. Very interesting. Now, when it goes to court, we'll know if it was just some kind of what do they call those lawsuits that have zero merit and are just fishing for cash. Usually, a lawsuit would be shut down because it's bad publicity. You know, even if it was false. But the lawsuit will tell, yeah. But, yeah, we should know from that. But lots of lawsuits have been filed, let's say, and they were totally wrong. Yeah. Frivolous, yeah. That's the one, frivolous. Yeah, basically just fishing for cash. And all that passes or is confirmed true. The court trumps. Well, basically, yeah. Which court will be dealing with that, Ricardo? Oh, hi. Hi, Jaeger. Yeah, that's what I was trying to think of, a frivolous lawsuit. But in other countries it's called something else, isn't it? Yeah, basically just something that has zero merit and they're just fishing for money, hoping that they'll get paid off just to stop the bad press. We see this a lot with celebrities and other things as well.
Feeling that the locals frown upon us.
But yeah, it's on the outcome of the court then, isn't it? It will prove it one way or another. I've been here a while. Got you on the word, yeah? Yeah, my brain goes dead every now and again. Now, I think we'll sleep out of town here. But we still have a few more to finish. Where are we anyway? I think we've got 2 more to do. Yeah, we just got those 2 to do. We'll finish up those quests. How are you gonna make this thing? Oh, no problem, Ricardo. 30 years ago. Oh, you're doing good. Absolutely, yeah. I spent a little bit of time there, but most of the stuff I learned there I've pretty much lost. But you're doing fine, trust me. What do we do? Oh yeah, sleep. Yeah, there we go. But, you know, there you go. The internet can be a vast reservoir of knowledge. You know, if you're careful of how you're sifting through it, obviously with an open mind, but also with a critical mind. And it's sad to see it wasted on vampires and stuff like that. But definitely a double-edged sword. Imagine if I was a kid. I don't know. Maybe I would just go the same. You know, kind of get caught up in that kind of rabbit hole. I suppose there is such a thing as too much information. In my day, it was all books and that kind of stuff. Well, books, the written word is under a lot more scrutiny, let's say, than the stuff you would see on the internet. In a sense that, you know, if you write something that's slanderous or whatever the case may be, well, basically you're getting taken to the cleaners. So it would have a little bit more safeguard, I suppose. So anything learned from that would be a little bit more reliable, I'd say. I would say that the best thing in Germany are the roads, to leave it. I found Germany to be okay. I kind of liked it. It reminded me of a lot of the rural counties here. But then again, I spent most of my time in Berlin. That was a city. I don't really like cities. But I was pretty lonely there. But I suppose, as a foreigner, not knowing many people, that would have been normal enough. And city life has always been that way. But didn't really spend long enough there to form a kind of concrete opinion, you know? Is always, oh, nice. But I do remember when I was there, it was around just before the wall came down. And we were on a night out, very close to the wall, you know, when all that stuff happened. We couldn't understand what was going on. We thought it was some kind of riot or something. But yeah, it turned out to be one of those little things in history. Managed to nab myself a bit of it. I've got it in the attic somewhere. But it's just a piece of concrete. You know, it could have been from my backyard, you know, for all anyone would know. But I remember then not long after, let's say when a lot of it was taken away, obviously it was smashed up, and then there was guys selling it. Yeah, they were selling pieces of it as well. And they were doing all this stuff like, it's just more like a carnival attraction, really. It was different. The sewage was piped. Yeah, the sewage was piped, I remember, above ground. My God, that was really bad in the summer. But there was a lot of construction going on. It's always been under construction. But I remember when we were actually digging for we were putting in some high power cables. And no matter where I dug in Berlin, once you go down a foot or so, you reach a lot of black ash. And then I realized, oh yeah, I know now why I'm hitting this black ash. Watch the amounts of books banned on sale because they give people... Oh yeah, the book burning thing. It's kind of coming back again, isn't it? Yeah. Used Latin so people wouldn't understand or even use the Enigma machine. Ah, the German Enigma machine. Yeah, Alan Turing. Interesting character. You see that kind of coming back again. That always comes hand in hand with a massive shift. Yeah. Sad to see. It doesn't matter if you agree with something or not. You should have a choice. Much like, let's say, you know, education systems where they would help you, obviously, you know, open the door, give you a kind of leg up, and then, you know, you kind of learn from there, and you eventually see which kind of way you're going. What I see now, but not so much here, but you get teachers and people in certain positions that like to always come across with their beliefs and that, you know, which they're entitled to, of course. But I don't think that when you're young and have, you know, your mind is still, you know, basically forming who you are, you should be, you know, going your own way. It should be a thing you should learn yourself. Yeah, it comes full circle. Of course it does. If you like history much, you'll see this full circle go all the time. Names might change, you know. To a certain extent, reason might change. But events are always the same, and it always involves money and power and influence. And the bigger an organization gets, the more chance it has to fail. The Romans, yeah, interesting. But yeah, they were brutal, but they had a pretty decent system. You know, if they defeated someone, if they had better tech or a better system, they weren't proud. They would adopt it, and they would even adopt some of the gods, you know, just to ease everything in a bit more. You could join the Legion, you know, from another country and eventually earn citizenship, and you would rise through the ranks on your ability, which was a very, very good thing. You know, if you were good enough, you know, you get right to the top. You could even, technically, you know, under the right circumstances, you know, become emperor. If you were good enough and lucky enough. This you didn't see in the First World War, where, you know, soldiers were ordered to walk slowly towards machine gun nests by a bunch of generals who had never seen a day in combat. Got their positions because they were related to someone or were from a good family or somebody owed them a favour. So they got their positions not through merit, you know. Strange times. Like the phalanx that the Romans used, that was adopted straight from the Greeks. Pretty impressive for a small island of What were they? Goat herders? I think. Yeah, I think that's what they were doing. Well, we're going way, way back. Rothschild. Yeah. Yeah. Wasn't it Rothschild, the guy who did the railroads, and the other guys that did the Fed in the US during the Great Depression? Yeah. I think it was, wasn't it? The guys that would control the economy now is basically a private firm. Even though they use the word federal. Was those three guys, wasn't it, that kind of bailed the US out of the Depression? The railroad guy, was it Rothschild? Rockefeller, was it Rockefeller? Yeah. Few of them. Yeah, Rockefeller, yeah. There was three, I think. Yeah. Yeah, I'm familiar with that one. Right, where are we going next? Okay, we're going to that one.
How is life treating you?
Yeah, from my memory, I think they created the Fed, didn't they? I could be wrong, obviously. Ah, here we go. Yeah, the Federal Reserve, yeah. You mean the ship Titanic? Strange how Titanic had ever another post. Oh, when it went down. I suppose it's possible it might have been coincidence. That was built in Belfast, wasn't it? In the 6 counties, it was. Yeah, stuff of legend. Ballard, wasn't it, that discovered that? He didn't claim it. I think that was a mistake. He should have claimed it to protect it. I think they've been taking pieces of it now. Horrible.
I love doing the same thing every day.
Ballard, French, I think, wasn't he? Oh no, America. I don't know. I forget. Maybe I'm thinking about that other guy.
How have you been?
Show me your wares.
Only highest quality.
We'll get rid of those anyway for starters. Oh, we need a copper hammer for that other idiot, don't we? Forgot to pick one up. Okay, we can go back and do that. I can still get it done, I suppose. Can't believe that stupid bug quest cost me that hour. Ah well, lesson learned. There is proof that it wasn't the Titanic, it was the Olympic, the sister ship. It was one of the biggest insurance frauds ever. Olympic. There was the Titanic, the Olympic, and the Britannic, wasn't it? Oh, didn't the Britannic go down during the First World War, torpedoed by the Germans, wasn't it? The Olympic. Oh, well, if that's the truth, that's pretty serious, alright. Yeah. Yeah, the Britannic. It was used as a hospital ship, wasn't it? Oh no, it might have been the Second World War. It might have actually been the Second World War. It was what brought the US into the war, wasn't it, with Germany? They torpedoed the Britannic, wasn't it? They said it was carrying arms when it was a hospital ship. There was a lot of American citizens on board. That's if my memory serves me correct. But it wasn't Pearl Harbor that actually brought him into the war. Maybe it was... No, sorry. I think it might have brought him into the First World War. Yeah. I think that's what it was. And then it was the Japanese on Pearl Harbor that brought him into the second. I think. Probably.
Greetings, stranger.
Um...
I only travel when nobody's watching.
Oh, that's the guy that wants meat, isn't it? Yeah, we can do that one. Okay. We'll get that one out of the way, obviously. We'll go down and get the meat from this guy.
Welcome. I've got everything you need.
114. There you go. Now.
Take care.
Let's go and give him his food. Yeah, history is pretty fascinating indeed. Okay, that's that one done. So, house renovation. Have you heard about trading? I think everything is in the other village, isn't it? Isn't there someone here we can buy a hammer from? No, it's there in Hornica.
Climb on roofs.
Okay, I know there's somebody up here anyway. We probably might have to go back to base to do this one. The Olympic and the Titanic was the same dry dock after the crash. The fire in the Olympic was never put out and the workers were forced to stay silent. Same workers that did modifications to the Olympic and took the Titanic. Although the photos you see major problems with differences in the placement of the windows. To the point of witnesses telling that Titanic was smoking from the side before it departed. Yeah. With a situation like that so long ago and so much covering up, it's hard to really know, what happened. But is it possible it might have been an insurance fraud? Sure. But, with so many lives lost. The real tragedy, I think, with the Titanic was the incompetence. They never actually said it was unsinkable per se. There was definitely tempting fate. But the lack of lifeboats, because they said it was too unsightly, a horrible situation. But it did change a lot in maritime law when it came to safety. Yeah. It did change a lot. Is it possible it could have been insurance fraud? Yeah, of course. But, killing so many people for that, it's quite a risk to take, isn't it? But greed is a terrible thing. Is it possible? Yeah, of course.
Hail, friend. Best goods in the valley.
Oh.
Have a nice day.
Welcome. Best prices in the area.
I'll get there. There we go. We still need that stupid copper hammer. Well, not here anyway. We might get one where we're going. Right, let's save it here. Two birds with one stone, the insurance fund plus. Oh yeah, the guys. The ship owner, yeah. We're departing because of health problems. Is it possible? Yes. Be a hard one to prove. Like, let's say, there's a possibility too that, you know, events could be there and be sheer coincidence. Let's, like, say, one of the arguments, let's say, for instance, from the JFK thing. Yeah, you'd hear so many things. It was the CIA, it was the FBI, it was the grassy knoll, it was the Russians, you know. But sometime, let's say, before, a little time before the assassination, JFK was dead set on the US government making its own money and cutting out the Federal Reserve. You know, so there's so many things in play. It's kind of hard to know. You know, chances are it was actually an accident, incompetence, and the presence of these things and how they fit neatly into place could, I suppose, be could be coincidence, I suppose. You know, the Trade Center, yeah. Yeah, I've heard so many of these, Ricardo. Yeah, and I haven't, you know, really seen a credible piece of evidence. Yeah, but interesting ones all the same. Yeah, but it is possible for certain things to be in play and not be directly, you know, involved. There's been a lot of viewing now, let's say, of the Titanic. All of the ships were reasonably documented, the designs and the pieces and the stuff like that. You'd imagine something like that would have been, you know, pretty easy. If you're doing a massive insurance fraud, think about it logically, critically, and, you know, you're taking the lives of innocent victims and maybe some of your rivals as well, so you're both doing a murder and an atrocity and a fraud at the same time, and then you send out a ship that has their windows in the wrong place. You know, suspect kind of thing. You could say that maybe it's a hard one, you know. Yeah, that's always been a thing, alright. That I can't comment on much, to be honest. I don't know much about it. But I do know one thing. If events happen and, you know, they're kind of hushed up, they're never really hushed up. People are pretty bad to keep a secret, you know. So it's kind of hard to know. I'm the kind of person that I would have to see evidence with my eyes before I would 100% believe. But is it possible? Yeah, of course it is. You know, but I'm very, very skeptical, because if I was to believe, you know, everything I read, I would be a basket case by now, I'd say. You know. But yeah, I know all of the theories, you know, that painters were in there beforehand and they painted it with some kind of explosive residue that burns really hot and would take out the frame to drop it. Yeah, that's why they moved all of this stuff so quickly and stuff like that. I would guess they moved it so quickly because it was too much of a reminder, too painful for people. But certain events happened that, you know, could be kind of, I suppose, suspicious. But I believe that the obvious stuff like that would be very, very hard to conceal. But as many of these theories that I've heard, and some of them even have a grain of truth and seem very plausible. Where's my lighter? I've yet to see any credible evidence. You know? But, yeah, is it possible? Of course it is. Anything is possible. But for every one type of theory, you'll hear 10 others. And it's then a matter of picking and choosing, really. And is the government capable of deceiving people? Absolutely. Are they doing it on this occasion? Who knows? And I think that's the real problem. Governments now have become so untrustworthy and have zero transparency or zero credibility that everything that happens now is always suspect. That is a major issue, alright.
That maybe he'll appoint you his successor someday.
But what we know for a fact is it was done by some really horrible people that targeted civilians. Horrible atrocity. That we know for sure. The motivation behind it seems obvious. Could it be something different? Again, in the realms of possibility. Possible. Probably unlikely, but possible. Now, let's get go. Oh, water. Yeah, we'll buy some more when we get there. There. Yeah, I think we're close to a stream anyway when we get down there. Let me see. I'm a big fan of 9/11 theories. Yes, I am myself. There was a video called Loose Change pointing out all of the theory hotspots, like how they moved gold out of the basement before it even happened, and the little puff detonations, and the building fell, stuff like that. It was interesting. Yeah, even if it wasn't. Yeah, I know exactly what you mean. I find it fascinating as well. But as a skeptic of everything I hear, I have nothing personal against anyone. I'm just always a skeptic. I take everything with a grain of salt, you know. But yeah, absolutely. Yeah. But most of, you know, the version that we get, is it absolutely true? It's possible it's not. There might have been stuff held back or whatever the case may be for certain reasons. I think the truth is, as the public, we will never really know. But all we can do is best guess, and you know, it basically probably went down like they said. Could have holding things back? Yeah, of course they could have. Yeah. And listening to you like a radio show for the past hour or so, and it's really been fun. Yeah, like a podcast. Yeah, but I'm an awful skeptic, guys. I've been around a long time, and I've heard it all, the rapture, all of this stuff. You know, people waiting to be taken into the rapture, you know, every year, stuff like that. But usually the simplest explanation. But yeah, the way times are now and the way governments are in particular, there's a lot of stuff hidden from us, I suppose. All we can do is the best guess. Can we be wrong? Of course we can. And sometimes we can be right as well. So we just go with what we know. And the only way we can ever be 100% sure about something, and this is the way it is today. We can't believe the media, we can't believe our governments, The only way we can be 100% sure about anyone or anything is to be literally there. And that's a sad state of affairs. You know?
It's off to work I go.
It is. Cyrus the Virus. Did we just leave here? Hang on.
How can I help you?
Okay. Yeah. Yeah, I got distracted. We need to go to the other village, don't we? Yeah, that was from a movie, what was it called with Nicolas Cage? Con Air. Pretty decent. Yeah, bit cheesy, but good movie all the same. Fun.
How is life treating you?
We're going to Hornica, isn't it? Yep, we are. Now, let's deliver this junk and see what we can do here. I'll keep away from that other quest as well. Has anyone here got a stupid hammer? I think that guy might have one. I'll give these guys a chance. Here, we'll let them get into their spots here. But I think that guy might have a hammer. Civ's going back to base. Oh, those guys are so lazy. Come on. Yeah, I'll light this up. We can relax a little bit. Weekend podcast with the host, me digging, debating. We'd run out of things to say pretty quickly. I think we went through probably nearly every conspiracy theory there is. We'd have to make up some new ones. But isn't that the whole thing about conspiracy theories? Probably make a couple of new ones.
Hello.
Okay, he hasn't got what I want, so let's sell him some junk. Oh, that was neat. Now, it's this guy here should have the copper hammer.
Hello. Wants to see my wares?
Copper hammer, copper. Ah, jackpot. There we go. Okay. There. Okay, just a couple of more vendors. Don't want to hand out these quests. We'll get straight back to base. A batch of theories, yeah? I seem to have got a message. I'll just quickly check it for a moment, guys, to see is it important. If it's not that important, I'll get back to him later. It won't be a second. No, it's not important. I'll get back to it later. The Irish Mafia and the bombing. Oh, that would be different. And that would have been a paramilitary organization. Something that's almost passed by now. In a situation where you get a part of a country that's under petition and occupation, there's always that kind of thing. Sectarian violence and tit for tat, retaliation, religious warfare. It's always been a thing in human history. Mm.
Spring is when you feel like whistling, even with a
I think we've got everything. We got those two guys anyway.
Outside today. I love going up them. How do you do? Want to see my wares?
Okay.
Have a nice day.
We're almost done. We just get through these vendors. Here. Come here, I got stuff for you. Come here. Now. Let's see, what's the other one we have here? Okay, where is this lady? Oh, she's in there again. Now,
How can I
right, let's
help you?
buy her junk.
Best products here. Goodbye.
Right, we're getting there, guys. We're almost done. We just hit these vendors up and then we're good to go. We wouldn't have to do this if it wasn't for that silly bug quest. Too much information. Oh. But let's say the crime thing here. Oh, in the cities there are some drug gangs, I suppose. But not an organization, let's say, as complex as, you know, something like that. I don't know, I've heard stories of, you know, descendants of immigrants, let's say, maybe from the 1800s that would have gotten into organized crime, the likes of maybe the Boston area and that. There would probably be crime families there. But isn't that always a thing? You know, it's always a system where you get a lot of immigration, and what usually happens is they would prey on their own community. The host country wouldn't really care that much and would let this go on, and then eventually it will get powerful enough and spread out. We've seen it, let's say, with, you know, Sicily, tons of times. It's an old story, really, isn't it? Yeah. MI5. Yeah, what were they called during the war? SI something, or isn't it? Special Intelligence Services, SIS or something. Yeah. But every country would have an intelligence branch.
Hail, friend. Best goods in the realm.
That would be more of an immigration problem. I'm for, let's say, anyone who wants to integrate that would be in fear of their life if you had the facilities to hold them. What I see now in Europe, let's say, is massive amounts of numbers that nobody could contain properly. The system is set up for asylum for people, let's say, that would be suffering from some kind of persecution. What we see here is mass economic migration, which upsets the balance a lot, especially if you're dealing with a small country that wouldn't have the infrastructure. You know, even before the situation, the infrastructure was under duress, under stress. The endless numbers, you'll get local populations that are displaced a bit. Let's say, for instance, some people waiting on lists for 20 years to get accommodation and being ignored, and somebody getting off a boat and getting, accommodation straight away has, ticked some people off. But I think the main fact, well, here at least, and probably across Europe, is the fact that they think there's too much too quick. They're telling this to their government is ignoring them and speeding it up, and they were under the illusion that the government was working for them. So I suppose that's the real issue, where they have no control. It's hard to, how could I put this? It's hard for their cultures to get along. Everyone would have to kind of respect each other's cultures and not expect one or the other to adapt. This is much like what I said about AI, where everyone would have to come together. Almost an impossible thing to do. If immigration is done on a legal basis, for genuine people, they would come in small numbers and integrate more easily. When you get masses of people, what they tend to do is they tend to all live in the same area, and they're in a kind of bubble, in a sense. It's just like they never kind of left. They don't have to integrate so much. They're dealing with, their own countrymen, and whatever the case may be. Ideologies can be a problem as well, and some are not compatible. And that can be a problem over time. It can definitely be a problem over time. It's not a popular thing to talk about, to be honest. And in most countries, Europe as well, if you state a fact, there's something wrong with you, you're racist or whatever the case may be. I personally don't consider myself racist, but that's not up to me, really, to make that judgment. But of course, I believe in giving someone a chance and helping them out. But I think one has to get their own affairs in order before it's in a position to help other people. And a lot of people here consider that, the country was pretty lacking in a lot of things, especially the housing kind of situation. The government has been very lax in their job, but the problem is here we've got a two-horse party that basically run the same race. So, things could change. It depends on the situation. It won't happen here. Let's say if it goes to the extreme where you get the kind of stuff, people will not accept it, and will go really bad for everyone. What I fear most, Ricardo, is there's too much been done too quickly. It will sour everyone off the situation, and what will happen is all immigration will be stopped. Even the people that really need it. Or even worse again, they'll get some really radical party to run the country, and it will go downhill from there. No problem. Tomorrow's oh, and happy Thanksgiving, Randy. Thanks for lurking, or thanks for staying here and lurking. Appreciate it. Have a good one, and take care. Bye. Are the two religions compatible? Probably not. Different teachings and different stuff. But ideally, religion shouldn't be a barrier. People's beliefs and that. One could say that some take religion more seriously than others. All religion teaches tolerance and kindness. How we interpret that is another thing. This is something that will never be fixed in the world. this kind of thing. It's a waste of time. And importing large populations of opposing cultures and religion into your country, if you were to look at this logically, and if you were to look at it, let's say, without compassion or empathy, it's not a good idea. It's over time. It's a ticking time bomb. But nonetheless, it's been done. Giving people some time to, get used to your culture and, getting to know each other, it would obviously be the best situation. But with such a mass migration, this is impossible to do, which tends to, people tend to, in large communities, stick together, being insulated or isolated from the culture outside. One could say if they're coming here for asylum because they were in fear of their life or they didn't like the country that they came from because, it was oppressive, and then they come here and expect, let's say, to the same thing here. How could I put this? Expect the same rules here or demand the same rules here from a country that they ran from is beyond me. This makes no sense. If something is so bad you're running from it, why would you want to, your new adopted country to have the same system there? It makes no sense. I do think it's a minority of people that's doing this, and they would obviously get the most attention. But as I said, my fear is they'll ruin it for everyone. They'll ruin the entire system. The government is partly to blame because of the way they have facilitated this and the way they have not prepared properly for it, if you know what I mean. But it can be a really focal point as well for racists as well. So it's a delicate situation. A racist can be speaking fact as well, and it's just a convenient thing to do. But we've seen oppression here, maybe not in my time, but in my granddad's time. We would probably, as far as Europeans go, would have a better understanding of a bad situation. But still, the facts are, if you get down to the nitty-gritty of it, it's almost impossible to deal with the numbers, that we're having. It's stretching all services to its limits, and of course you'll get a few bad actors, and they tend to get the most coverage, But how it plays out, who knows? But if I'm right, if they keep up the policies that they're doing, it will end badly. This is the thing, yeah. It will never stop. You're right there about religion. And the irony is, all religions, preach tolerance and compassion. But religion is always used as well as a tool for hate. It's always been. But this is just a phase through history, guys. You know what I mean? I think they'll eventually get back to the status quo, one way or another. And I'm hoping it's not the other. That's all you can do in a situation like this. Once you elect a government into place, there's nothing you can do. Sit back and enjoy the ride. And hopefully learn from the experience. But here, speaking from the majority, yeah, we don't mind taking in people, that are legitimately, looking for a new home, that have had some hard times. and are willing to not to change their culture. We wouldn't expect anyone to change their culture, but just to respect the culture that's they're living beside in their adopted country, and that to be vice versa, you know. But expecting your host country to change their laws and their customs to suit you is it's not a very realistic thing to do, you know. Mm. 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 Well, all people, religion, let's say, how could I put this? You'll get people like that all the time from all religions. This is kind of a thing, like kind of a cherry picking thing in a sense. There's bad people everywhere in all religions and even without religion. But all faiths would preach, you know, good things. Whether we follow or not is totally up to us. And you know, history has some really bad stories. You know, religion going wrong, fanatics and things like that. But usually it's, you know, something about power, an excuse to take something from somebody that's not yours. It will always be used as a weapon. And hypocrisy is not bound by one religion. Hypocrisy is universal, you know. And it goes across people with religion and without. But what I have seen is people that would tout religion. You know, as I'm from this faith or that faith and I'm so good. Well, usually if you've got to say you're so good, you're usually not. You know, so you'll get a lot of hypocrites, of course, in any religion. I know exactly what you mean. You know, I would go to funeral masses and stuff like that. I would see people come in and, you know, pray like little saints and, you know, dip their hands in the holy water and walk out like, you know, that they're the second coming. And I know their story. They're bad people to the core. No redemption for these kind of people. But, as I said, you know, they're everywhere. Watch how people start to pray. Movement shows goes upside down. Starting with the fleet and ending in the arms. Meaning the Catholic Church is satanic and disguised as good people. But any large organization has its problems. The core of any faith is teaching forgiveness and stuff like that. As I said, if we tend to follow it or not, but there's always been friction between religions, especially, let's say, Catholicism and the Protestant faith. You know, it would have kicked off during the Reformation with Luther. It would have spread to the UK because of Henry VIII, who wanted a divorce from his wife. The Pope wouldn't give it to him, so he moved in with some other guys and changed religion. Stuff like that. It goes on forever. Lots of these would have symbolic meanings, but there's no such thing as satanic. And there is no devil. The devil that we have is within ourselves. There's Christianity, and then there's the logical stuff. You know, if you're talking about the ultra-religious that would believe every word, I wouldn't be one. I believe in science, and I believe in trying to do the best we can, you know. The Vatican has, it has kind of diplomatic immunity. It does. You could say an embassy has the same standing, Ricardo. That would have been done to stop the state, you know, taking it over. If you think about, let's say, Italy at the time, under the likes of Mussolini, you know, if he had control of that, he could use it as a weapon. not that he would have to follow it anyway. So there was, I suppose, certain safeguards put in. Is everyone within the Catholic Church good people? No, of course not. You know, but directing hate, and this is one of the things I'm saying, directing hate, I think, towards someone because of their faith, I think is the definition of racism. You know, so what you're basically doing is you would have an opinion of, you know, an organization, and you would say everyone within that organization would be satanic and bad. Whereas if I said, well, I had a bad experience with, you know, someone from Portugal, so, you know, you're bad, kind of thing. So you'd look at it that way, and this is just, you know, just sheer logic. Yeah, and the choice of your religion, and you know who you wish to, you know, follow God or whatever the case may be, or not follow, is totally up to you. And I think everyone has that right. How far, let's say, you go into a religion is, again, you know, up to you. But I see no problem with religion, and I see no problem with lack of religion. Any kind of religion or any kind of lack of religion. Everything is down to the individual, how you act in that, and, you know, what you do. So, it's not really a problem for me. I think it's one of the European countries I haven't been to. I might have kind of been through for a day trip or something, probably when I was quite young. Yeah, around Spain and that I probably went to Portugal, I can't remember. Well, this is colonialism. This doesn't have much got to do with religion in a sense. But like Portugal, Spain, Britain, Germany, Denmark, all European countries, and this again is going back to the kind of original sin stuff, you know. It does, yeah. Heavily tied to the German aristocracy, the Kaiser and that, yeah. Like, even our country, okay, we might not have been a colonial power, but let's say during the time of the Vikings, when they were running the show here for a couple of centuries, you know, there was raids done from here under the Vikings. Now, they would be considered Vikings, but, you know, they were probably born here, and, you know, their parents and grandparents were born here, so I suppose for all intents and purposes, you know, they would have been Irish. And this kind of feeds into what I was saying, you know. And as far as the British aristocracy is concerned, I have no ill will towards those guys at all. There was a time when they were in charge, but not anymore. They're just a figurehead, to be honest. Doing state visits and stuff like that. They have no power over policy. Policy now would stand with, let's say, the ruling party, and, you know, whether it's the Tories or Labour, whatever the case may be, and of course the Prime Minister and the policies that they would use. So it's fair, and it's okay to have a problem with a government's policy, saying they're unfair, whatever the case may be. The royal family, you know, I have no real opinion either way. Again, you know, I wouldn't count them responsible for the sins of their ancestors. So it's a kind of situation where, you know, what's good for the goose is good for the gander, if you know what I mean. The courtesies and stuff that you allow yourself, you must allow to others as well. Yeah, Mussolini was a strange guy. Well, Hitler really based his system on... He was pretty impressed in the beginning with Mussolini, wasn't he? Interesting, alright. Now, but is any religion satanic? Nah. Is there bad actors in every religion? Yeah, there is. Will they use it to, will they twist the words of their fate in any religion? If it will gain them power, influence, or what they want, of course they will. And there's some that actually even believe what they do. But this thing of massive kind of almost supernatural kind of force that's pushing us in one way or another, I don't subscribe to. I think we're all accountable for our actions. And this is just kind of, I suppose, passing the buck in a sense. Yeah. Again, exactly what we've been talking about, that kind of thing. Oh, hi, Blonde. How have you been? Let's see what this guy has. But, you know, the situation in the world is pretty simple if you want it to be, if you look at it, you know, kind of objectively. But worrying about it too much is a waste of time, or worrying about anything that's out of your control. But seeing something for what it is, I suppose, is important. Well, not I suppose, it absolutely is important. Or at least what you see it as, which would be good enough for you. No problem. Yeah, I'm getting ready to go in about 25 minutes myself, but thanks for raiding, Blonde. No problem. I hope you have a good one. Take care and stay safe. Bye. And are you still on Fallout London? Wouldn't mind giving that one a try eventually. Gotta wait till I get a PC for that one. Now, deliver. What ones have we got? Okay. Yeah, I think this is the same one. These are the last two ones we have. We can hit that story in a moment. That's in... Yeah, that's... Oh, hang on. Where are these guys? They're back in Gostovia, aren't they? No, I think one is Denica. Okay, where are these stupid quests? I restarted, they updated, added content, and it's awesome. Nice! Yeah, they're really taking care of that game. And wanted to create a new currency based on older currencies like minerals, since the dollar lost every backing since the gold standard. Yeah, the gold standard was used, but now, to be honest, money's... it was an old conversation we had here before. It's pretty much trust. You know, on a country's currency and their ability to back it. Still a better system, I would say, than Bitcoin. No transparency on that one there. But yeah, it's basically now currency is based on investor confidence. Investors can crash a country pretty quick. Some countries have so much debt in government bonds. If you know the country that had, let's say, could afford to drop those bonds on the market and sell them off, you could, in theory, crash a country. Yeah. Two more discs coming. Nice. Oh, nice. That sounds good. Okay, where are these guys? Oh, I haven't... Yeah, here it is. So, yeah, it's these two here. There we go. Now we should see them. I didn't have them highlighted. I think it's back in Gostovia, guys. Yeah, it is. Right, let's go. Yeah, it was. Oh, when it comes to dictators and their policies, you know, we could talk here for 15 years. But yeah, I'm familiar with Castro, and then his brother took over, and you know, all of that stuff. He was uncannily like Liam Nielsen. Didn't they do a movie of him? I think they got Nielsen to do it, did they? Or maybe I remember looking at him and thinking he was very, very similar to Liam Nielsen. Yeah, yeah. But this is pretty standard kind of stuff. Some of the corruption is way more overt, let's say, than you'd see in Western countries or whatever the case may be. But there's always a degree of corruption and that kind of stuff. Lots of it can be hidden. But most of it, let's say, in Europe is it's very low key. Not as much, let's say, as countries like that, let's say, that would have a government with the final say. But this is something that's very, very common, you know. Well, tyranny stifles everything, Ricardo. Yeah. Yeah, it stifles everything.
My wagon. How are you?
Now, I need a ride. We're going to Gostovia, isn't it? We are. Alright, we'll just light a little fire and get to morning and we'll see these guys. Hang on, maybe we might be able to finish the ones here. I think they'll respond to me even if they're asleep when we're handing in a quest. That would save us a bit of time. No, we've pretty much bought everything here. Yeah, here he is. It's the guy with a hammer, isn't it? Alright, that's that one. Okay, oh there she is down here. We just might be able to get rid of all of these now. Okay, maybe it's a different lady. I thought it was the same lady. Oh my god, where is this person? 900 and something. I think this is the other one. Most tech was, Ricardo. Yeah. When a new tech comes out, well, usually it's easy to get the startup money from the military, let's say, if it's got some... Take the internet, for instance. You know, even something as simple as silicon sealant. Yeah, that all started off as some kind of military thing. That would have been done by NASA and stuff. But yeah, most things. Well, I think it's the policy of every country that any new tech that would have to be first. The government would have to get first preference on it. Then they would use it to the best of the ability they could, and when it becomes obsolete and they get something better, it's handed out to private firms then to kind of go commercial. This is a pretty standard thing. Yeah, yeah. Yeah, it's pretty standard. Once you cannot tell the difference between real and fake. Well, this again is down to people's gullibility, I suppose, and having critical thinking, and not exactly believing everything you read. But have I faith that people would notice the difference? Probably not. that has a knock-on effect. But the same can be said for the education system, Ricardo. By denying someone a decent education, let's say, where you can, once you pay your fees, they'll pass you, you know, when your level is not quite right, and they'll give you a degree. And if you're under the influence of teachers who are more set on teaching you about what they believe instead of what you think you might believe, or to educate you, it's basically the same system, isn't it? You wouldn't have to do anything elaborate there and that. It's pretty much been happening for a long time. And the isolation, no, you wouldn't even have to do that. All you would have to do is basically what you see on the internet. The scraps of legitimate information would be flooded with a ton of junk as well. So you'd kind of cover it with BS and stuff, and half-truths and omissions and things like that. You know? But would the government like to control the internet? Probably. It would be a hard one to pull off and for the people to stand. But would they like to nudge it in certain directions that's favourable for them? Absolutely. Any government would take that opportunity, thinking they're doing it for the greater good. But what would happen there is that would be abused. And this we've seen time and time again. Well, media companies are owned by people who have certain interests, so yeah. Some are more credible than others, but still lie by omission. So this is what I'm saying. You know, anyone's knowledge basically, out from their experience in life, is based on, you know, what they read or what they consume. And this can be flawed, you know. Well, all is, they're probably dying, yeah. You know, so this is what I'm saying about, you know, be careful what you buy into. Yeah, but like, no matter what kind of discussion we have, Ricardo, one guy could say black, the other guy could say blue, the other guy could say green, and you can always pull someone off the internet to back you up. All it means is that you've got someone with the same point of view, you know. I don't really have a point of view in it, you know. I am a skeptic on everything, unless it's, you know, absolutely proven, you know. But, you know, basing one's beliefs on what you read and that, and then, you know, kind of getting caught in a kind of echo chamber, it's a slippery slope, you know. You'll have to do some fact checking on that, the guys behind it, and the proving out, and it's, most people won't do that and wouldn't have the ability to do so. But as I said, the way it is now, you know, you really have to be there. It's a sorry situation. Why podcasters that are in the middle or just asked question are the ones I trust, though some have some biased. Everyone is biased, convoy, hillbilly convoy. I suppose, even if we don't know it to a certain degree. Yeah, in the last decade. Well, a lot are, I suppose, compromised. This would be money influence, obviously, from sponsors and whatever the case may be. This is a pretty human thing. But like, if you stick to the basics, you know, obviously, getting out, traveling, seeing the world, doing that will obviously help in a sense. It's always nice to see it from another view. Using logic and stuff like that, but would you be right all the time? Of course not, you know. But I think it's very important to come to a decision yourself. It's very easy to be influenced by, you know, what you read and what you see. which might necessarily be, even if it's the truth, it might have a lot of omissions. Like, say, take for instance, let's say if I had an argument with someone, and for no reason, let's say I'm streaming here, and this happened before. I was streaming, so this troll comes on, and he just said out of the blue, he said, Croc Gold is a worm, and his country will be taken over by Indians in 100 years. This was first time chat, so an out and out troll. So I said he was an idiot, and I banned him. And then he went to another channel and said that I was a racist and I was calling names. But no, that's not a good one. Let's say I'm having an argument with someone. So let's say they said that. And I said, well, you're an idiot. And I banned them. And then they were, complaining about me to another person. And they would just say, Croc of Gold called me an idiot. And he banned me. But they didn't say what they did beforehand. So this is lying by omission, leaving vital bits of information out, leaving you only one way to go. Media is very, very capable of doing that. Tiny little bits to try not to make it too obvious. Just enough to push you in the right direction. That's common enough. This has always been, The debates are always good if someone is logical. But, you don't have to believe everything you're hearing. You don't have to agree with that person. Sometimes, you'll change your views a little bit, or sometimes you'll get somebody else to change their views. But the only way forward in anything, and this is only what we're talking about, guys, is trivial. I'm talking about stuff where, government policies and, stuff that would actually benefit people. What we're doing is just having a conversation. But, real debates and real stuff, let's say, have real consequences. What we're doing is we're just having fun here. But I suppose the same principle applies, You either die a hero or live long enough to become a villain. Meaning, never release defending, that you will realize that defending ignorant people will never bring you nowhere. And only will bring you your own downfall. So choose. Yeah, this is again where logic comes in. But that's like the saying, I'm only intolerant of intolerance. It can be a vicious circle. It's, as someone once said to me, it's nice to be nice, but do it intelligently. Do it to people who deserve it. And if you get bitten, you make sure you don't get bitten again. So I think what you're talking about is gullibility. Being nice above all other things. I don't think really there's many people out there that would do that, to be honest. But this again is another old kind of talking topic where, you would say you're being nice to too much of a degree and you're going to bring us all down. But, for one person to do that is, will be a pretty hard thing to do. But of course, be nice to someone until they're not nice to you. And then you've got the higher ground. So then you can retaliate. It depends on how much stick you want to take, obviously. But yeah, that's pretty much the way it goes. So yeah, we've done all the quests. We're done. We're done. Yeah, okay, we can go home, guys. I'll see if we have a small bit of time to have a look around this settlement. I'd say they're probably starving by now. I didn't cook up any of this stuff. Yeah, we'll use our horse, I'd say. Yeah, that's the way to do it. Treat people as you would wish to be treated. And then, let's say if they don't treat you well, you're better off just, getting them out of your life. But if it's something you can't do there and then, yeah, retaliate, but don't over-retaliate. But in the likes of trolls and that, that's just what they want. So obviously, don't play their game either. So you have to be kind of careful, you know. But just live and let live, you know. But it's no way to live, let's say, to see a boogeyman over your shoulder all the time. Of course, you've got to see a threat when it comes, but you've got to look at that logically. And you've got to look at that as, you know, is there much you can do about it? You know, as well. But yeah, there's a lot of things wrong with the world. Not much that we can do about it. But we do have our opinions, we're entitled to that. And if enough people are together, they can change it. But do I believe in, well, ultimate democracy? Yeah. Amazing how people do know the basic art of war. If you fight an enemy, make sure you finish them. And having the upper hand and making sure they don't live to fight another day, metaphorically speaking. No problem. In war, I suppose, yeah. But with social interaction, could it be considered a war? I think a war is the last thing, and I think anyone would agree that someone should do. War is a terrible thing, guys. It changes people. I've had relatives, and they're past and gone now. But I'm old enough to remember talking to these guys. The stuff that people have to do in war, it's soul destroying. It changes you from the inside. The person is never the same after coming back from war. I don't know what war is like now, but I'm talking the likes of the Second World War, the First World War. I've, you know, spoken to people as a kid, you know, and had relatives that were involved. It should be the last thing. War should be in defense. War should be, you know, to protect your citizens and whatever the case may be. War should never be fought for financial gain or power. It's usually the old story, you know. The young and the vulnerable will be sent out to do the old people's work. Corporations will profit and things will go on. Normal people will pay the price. But yes, you've got to defend yourself, of course you do. You've got to protect yourself, of course. But war should be only a last resort, when all other options have been exhausted. But let's say anyone that, you know, was actually in a war, I'd say would agree with that. I've obviously never been in one, but I can kind of theorize about it, I suppose. But I have spoken to people about war. You know, where it was real, up close and personal kind of stuff. You know, it's not like, you know, sniping someone from, you know, 200 yards away or pushing a button on a missile. You know, the stuff was done in the trenches, you know. Very, very, very bad stuff. Horrible. Hmm. Either physically or mentally, so to speak. They went to war with you. War is justified in defense of your country. You know? Oh, I know where you're going now. Yeah, that kind of other kind of stuff. It can be effective as well, of course. Yeah. Like economic war or cyber war and stuff like that. Yeah, there's plenty of ways to crash country. Subversion, infiltration. Yeah. it takes a bit longer and it's a little bit more drawn out and maybe not as perfect as, you know, Annihilation or anything like that. But it does carry a high percentage. Yeah, I see what you're on about now. That's been going on forever in one way or another.
I'm thirsty.
Oh, sugar, this guy is thirsty again. There. Perhaps now he'll shut up. Let's get back and we'll get ready, but I think... Yeah, I've just about done my 6 hours. We'll just get to... Oh! Who's this guy? What the... Oh, he's a vendor. Fair enough. Well, he doesn't have any goodies. Let's see what he's got. Oh. What do you need then? 66. I'm not giving you. Go away. Silly bloke. He wants me to collect feathers. And all it is just another vendor for that one time and that one-off thing. Absolutely not worth it.
Giddy up.
Oh, no problem. But sometimes things can get so frustrating, you just gotta kind of vent a little bit. I understand that.
Here.
But it was a pretty civil discussion, which unfortunately these days can be pretty rare. And civil discussion is always welcome by anyone. With Fallout, yeah. I think we went through most of the 20th century's conspiracy theories. Maybe even some of the older ones. Yeah, what's the story with this? These are probably the old ones from last season. There we go. Yeah, I'll be off now for 2 days, guys, the usual. I stream Tuesday evening, Friday evening and Saturday evening. About 8-9 PM, but that would be Eastern Standard Time US. So GMT, that would be probably about 1:30. Wednesday morning, Saturday and Sunday morning. I always do everything. You know, that 5 hours delay. Most of the viewers who would have here would be from North America, so I kind of work it out that way. It's kind of easier. But I used to stream a lot more, but developed high blood pressure. I'm very old, I'm afraid. And, you know, lots of medical appointments and stuff like that, and not as young as I used to be. But those 2 days between streams, you know, gives me a bit of time, you know, medical appointments and silly stuff, which I hate, but still has to be done. We'll be late here. I wanted to sleep at 5 AM. It's now almost 9. So yeah, you're saying a CT. You're on CT time. Yeah. About an hour ahead of me. Same as Germany and Denmark, that kind of stuff. Now, yeah, this is what I've been doing so far. I'm still waiting for the trees to grow. But I want to get this place pretty big, but it's kind of slow thing, trying to do the quests as well. And there's lots of trees here, so I'll probably be going around the side and that. I'm probably going to about, you know, maybe across there. Well, we'll see how it goes. Not an ideal situation here with the roads. There's too many of them. If that one wasn't there, I'd have a better chance. I'll figure something out. It was worth it, yeah? Now, I'll just actually save it here. I better get to sleep myself. I've got a medical appointment as well. Monday. Yeah, but that's, I still have Sunday. I'm pretty good. Yeah, I think I have one Monday. Silly medical appointments, what can you do? Guy has to stay alive, I suppose. And that's it, guys. That was my stream for Tuesday. It was an honor to have you here, Ricardo. Have a good one. Thanks again for following and hanging out, and thanks for the discussion. I appreciate it. I hope you have a good one. Take care. Stay safe. I will be doing a raid, guys. Hopefully some of our friends will be streaming something similar. But I'm starting to pass out now. Yeah, getting weak, so I'll need to get some rest. But I've done 6 hours. That's pretty good. I only advertise for 4, but always try and push to 6. So I will be back on Tuesday evening, Eastern Standard Time. I think that's around 8 or 9 p.m. That would be Wednesday morning between 1 and 2 a.m. GMT, +1. And then I'm off again for 2 days. And then Friday and Saturday, then 2 days. So that's how I do it. I need those 2 days in between, you know, to rest and medical appointments and silly stuff like that. So, yeah, hope to see you all then, guys, if you have the time. All the chatters and lookers, of course. So we'll do this raid. So goodbye, Ricardo, Young. Ricardo, Young, Convoy. Let's see what else is here. Have a good one, guys. Thanks for being here. Also, Granny Vats, Blonde. Thanks again for that raid. And, of course, Randy, Hufflepuff, Terry, and Tigger for watching. Have a wonderful rest of your week, ladies. Let's see. We did Randy, and of course Count BB. Let's see what else we have here. And of course Suburban Werewolf and Young. And Jaeger. Have a good one, guys. Thanks for hanging out. That's everyone I can see. I can't remember anyone else, so I've probably missed a few. If I have, guys, apologies to whomever I might have missed. And again, thanks to everyone for being here, for hanging out, for lurking, for chatting. Appreciate it. And you too, Corin. Take care. Thanks for being here. Have a good one, Corin. So, that's me done, guys. Yeah, as I said, back for midweek, Tuesday evening, Eastern Standard Time. Hope to see you all then if you have the time. Until then, this old Croc needs some rest, so I will do the raid as usual and hang on as long as I can, but realistically I think I'll be asleep within the next 10 minutes. So, let's see who's out there. And if you could for this one, just bear with me for a little bit. And I hope you all have a wonderful rest. A wonderful next few days. Right, let's see who's out here. Now, this is Xbox, so it takes me a tiny bit longer than usual. They changed all the rules in this. I've got to stream directly, or I've got a raid now directly through Xbox. So there's a few more hoops to jump through. But I should be able to do this raid within 20 seconds. Thank you, I appreciate that, Ricardo. Now, okay, let's do this raid.